Alrighty guys, good evening. Hi, happy fucking third Friday. Hope you guys are wonderful evening so far. Good evening, one and Soda. Hope you guys are wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of Marvel Rivals. First we're going to be doing something, we're going to be taking a look at a 5090 release. So we're going to take a look at benchmarks, which I usually cover every technological release as it goes. Techno release, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Every hardware release cycle. So, we'll be taking a look at that, guys. Hope you're having a great evening, though. Good. And unfortunately, my video from the other day where we talked about UAPs, the News Nation one, got, they muted the audio on it. Not sure they're doing that on purpose, but they might be. It kind of really stifles the UAP community, guys, when you can't actually talk about the thing you're supposed to be talking about because it gets DMCA'd. It's not a real DMCA because takedown notices actually affect your account, like strikes actually affect your account. That's not what it is. They just disallow you from using it, so basically cuts out a shitload of fan-made content as it goes. But yeah, we're going to get into things here in a second, guys. I think I'm in the wrong category, though. Yeah. Got some coffee brewing here. I had my TikTok account. It's weird how often people try to troll you on TikTok. I had my TikTok account streaming suspended, and then reinstated like 10 minutes later. Where basically I got reported for gender-based violence. Like, yeah. While I'm playing Rivals, just, you can't make this shit up. Like, I think they just push all the buttons until something happens. It's kind of the way that it goes on TikTok. Like, the kids just push all the buttons until something happens, and they giggle to themselves. Let's see. No new information on the 750Hz modder, by the way. I was kind of curious. That's one of the things from CES this year. And nothing on that. Let's see. Well, I'm going to take a look at Hardware Unboxed because they're probably the best source for, oh look, another News Nation piece I'd love to cover, but I can't. Oh my god. There. We will keep up with it. I do like News Nation, but it gets my videos DMCA'd, so not exactly sure what that means. I have to wait and see. I have a tweet going out earlier today and see if that happens, or see what happens with that. We're going to cover this, guys. Kodak Black put a toilet in the Cybertruck. Yep, I mean, we're all making world-changing things, aren't we? Yeah, we're all making world-changing things, aren't we? Yeah, good for him. All right, let me grab my coffee, guys. We're going to get started here and podcast for a bit. Alrighty, guys. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah. Great stuff, guys. It's been a long time since I've done a podcast. I mean, we did one for the UAP thing, for the whistleblower. I do like doing podcasts, however, just don't have the time to do them nowadays, so. So let's take a look at the release for the 5090, guys, and see what's going on here. TLDR, if you're not interested in this, it's a stinker. Mainly, it's just a linear price performance increase. So if you have 4090, it's basically buying a 4090 Ti, or a little bit more expensive one, which isn't what you want to see between generations, by the way. That just means NVIDIA is not giving you a value anymore. So, we'll see, though.
Welcome back to Hardware Unboxed.
Thanks,
Exciting
Steve.
Stuff today. It's been a little over 2 years now since NVIDIA released the mighty GeForce RTX 4090, an insane $1,600 US GPU that smashed the previous generation.
Love Hardware Unboxed, guys. Both the Hardware Unboxed and I think Gamers Next is probably the best tech tubers right now. For written articles, Tech Power Up is where you want to go. Which I actually prefer written articles, but I can't watch that with you guys, so.
So, that being the case, it is super exciting today.
I believe this released on the 29th.
The new GeForce RTX 4090.
But the review's released today, so, yesterday.
5090, sorry. I mean the GeForce RTX 5090. Yeah, so after 2 years, a little over 2 years, we can now show you NVIDIA's next generation GPU codenamed Blackwell. And the new flagship, once again, costs a cool $2,000 US. So, what's an offer?
And probably
here,
won't be buying one of these,
NVIDIA
but
able to charge
I don't know.
$2,000
We'll see.
US.
I read the skinnies
RTX
already in the
4090
knee-jerk
Ti.
responses. But there's an editor.
Silly me, I do mean RTX 5090. Well, NVIDIA's been put in a bit of a difficult position here because while the new 50 series takes advantage of cutting-edge technologies such as...
I have facecam during podcasts. I still have facecam during podcasts. Just don't podcast it all, so there's no facecam.
NVIDIA's been forced to use the same TSMC 4N process as the previous
Takes a lot of stress off you when you don't have the facecam on, by the way.
No node improvements, and that being the case, there's not too much they can really do short of a architectural overhaul, which I don't suppose they were ready to do just yet. Today's sponsor spot is brought to you by ASUS and their entire range of AMD X870 motherboards featuring robust V2, and even if the bigger it is, the die is now 23% larger.
They drastically reduced the size of the cooler, but it definitely comes to, it's almost, I think it's actually anemic. They tried to show off their engineering a little bit too much, and it just actually kind of
wide memory bus. You
made things worse.
They
could have went with the 3-wide cooler. I think people would have been fine with this. The 4-wides that are fucking obnoxious.
78% increase over the RTX 4090. So that means the RTX 5090, yeah, it's a big unit and therefore comes with an even bigger price tag, making this thing 25% more expensive.
That thing is shipped in a cardboard box to reduce the footprint of your $2,000 purchase.
So that being the case, it would want to be a lot faster, certainly faster than the specs suggest. So let's go find out. Actually, before we jump into the blue bar graphs, here's a look at how NVIDIA's...
We'll loosely cover some of the benchmarks from Gamers Nexus after this too.
And I'll compare
but I prefer the TLDR, not the TLDR,
so for this testing,
overall
we're using The Last of Us Part 1 at 4K with the maxed
information
out
from Hardware Unboxed, I guess.
And after an hour of load inside an enclosed ATX case in a 21-degree room, we saw a peak GPU temperature of 73 degrees.
We didn't cover the 580, and the 580 actually is apparently one of the best bang for your buck you can buy right now, by the way. They have any video card out there, Intel 580,
and it couldn't be heard over
which is ridiculous.
Which are already very
however, it comes with the asterisks of occasionally having driver issues and erratic performance.
Power of 492 watts. The memory temp
isn't something everyone's willing to put up with for pricing for something to be cheaper. That being said, they never cover the secondary market, so secondary market can be a lot cheaper than buying new. That's 3080, right? Soon to be 4080.
And a memory temperature of 80 degrees, while the fan spun at just shy of 1500 RPM. So it's clear that the 5090 is a little bit louder and a little bit hotter. But given that the 5090 was also
almost linear performance increase, linear price increase, linear power increase as well. So that being said, kind of the weird thing is if you've seen some of the 79, so DeBauer actually did a video. No one else has done this as far as I know. He did a loose video because DeBauer isn't really he doesn't really he's not really a tech tuber in the way of benchmarking as much as just kind of like a hardware enthusiast for overclocking, right? And he actually pushed the 7900 XTX, and in some cases actually matching the performance of a 4090 by giving it 600 watts of power, which I think a lot of people would actually be on board with, but no one fucking does it. No one does it at all. No one's willing to take that step for that performance increase, right? And he had to specially mod it. So you could potentially actually sell a 600 watt 7900 XTX that was closing in on a 4090, in some cases actually meeting a 4000, actually I think in some cases beating a 4090. But he doesn't really benchmark a whole lot of anything. He just did it as an off thing, because you have to special mod it, not just BIOS mod it. You have to do a hardware mod on it. And like, it's actually really fucking cool. But like, the weird thing was, it wasn't really like, he wasn't really even talking about that, like the performance angle versus a 4090. He was just kind of talking about the fact that he did it and he got like a performance uplift out of it, right? Like, it was kind of weird how he's kind of detached from the overall implications of a 7900 XTX that could actually match the performance of a 4090, right?
Extremely impressed with what NVIDIA has been able to achieve here. This might be the most impressive graphics card we've ever seen, and you'd never guess just by looking at it how much thermal load this cooler can efficiently handle. Great stuff indeed, but of course, now you want to know, how does it perform? Starting with Marvel Rivals at 1440p,
Marvel Rivals!
we see that the 5090 is delivering 30% more performance than the 4090.
So, there is a case to be made here, especially with multiplayer games. People don't care about quality, although you need quality in order to actually, test the video card. What they care about is how many frames you can pump out. So there's two different aspects of gaming, I would say. There is fidelity gaming, which is, ray tracing on playing Cyberpunk at 4K with all the settings turned up. And then there is FPS gaming, which is trying to going for esports frame rates, so you can get the best, smoothest possible experience with the least amount of issues possible. And Marvel Rivals definitely falls over here, where most people have everything on low. And while you do need to test this to see the difference, it's not how people are going to be playing the game, right? So it's not really even conducive to what's actually happening in the game itself.
Which is a decent.
It's actually good that they're testing this, by the way.
Once you factor in the 25% price hike, it's considerably less exciting. Jumping up to the 4K resolution only slightly increases the margin to 33%.
You'd probably see the.
Is a solid.
My guess is, well, I don't know how this is working, but my guess is they're running into the kind of a, as we've tested multiple different times, guys, or I've talked about every multiple different times, Rivals is almost a linear across all cores performance use, and you can actually use more than 8 cores on your CPU. It uses like 60% of my 16-core processor. That's with SMT off and hyper-threading off. So it will actually use more than 8 cores and actually benefits from more than 8 cores. So just having it on 8 cores, actually, which the PPM driver for 16-core AMD chip does, is actually holds it back, which arguably this could be hitting a CPU bottleneck, although I doubt it because of the 4K resolution. The way gaming sometimes will actually, when you turn up the settings, will actually put more load on your CPU. It doesn't always make sense, but it does sometimes, which is why almost all the time you have to mess with resolution as opposed to sliders. Resolution as opposed to just turning up like a quality preset.
Uplift. It's just a shame that it comes at such an extreme price premium.
Yeah.
Stalker 2 isn't the most well-optimized game, I guess you could say.
Nope.
And as a result,
I don't think it's optimized at all.
5090 is only good for 94 FPS at 1440p, making it 22% faster than the 4090, so a very mild performance gain there. Thankfully, at 4K, we are looking at a much more reasonable 42% performance gain, rendering 71 FPS on average. Next up, we have Counter-Strike 2, and the 1440p results look a bit odd, as the RTX 5090 is slightly
but look at those
slower
1%.
than the 4090
This is probably a
here.
CPU cap.
The 1% lows were notably stronger. Now, it is worth
CPU
noting that we saw multiple examples where
I mean, Soccer 2's performance in general is shockingly bad, right?
At 1080p, suggesting that there is a possible overhead issue here with the Blackwell architecture, but it could also
or a
be
CPU
just
bottleneck.
An issue where the 5090
Assuming he's
has
checking
so
it,
many
which
cores that it
we've
can't
talked about in the
be
past. It
efficiently
sometimes seems like
utilized at such a low
tech reviewers don't
resolution.
actually check
So we'll
for
have to
bottlenecks
investigate
on their
this one
CPU, which
further.
is kind of ridiculous.
But even at 4K, the 5090 isn't much faster.
As it's definitely
than the
becoming more and more of an
4090.
issue as
Just an
video cards become
8%
more
increase
powerful.
Here, and the issue doesn't appear to be a CPU bottleneck, given how much higher the frame rates were at 1440p. Performance in God of War Ragnarok is insane at 1440p, 268 FPS using the Ultra preset.
And by the way,
that
you said
said,
you just checked
this
it,
did
right?
only make it 22% faster than the 4090 at 1440p, so
But
pretty
you
poor
could still
given
have a
it costs
CPU bottleneck because
25% more.
it could scale. So when you dial it up to 4K, the CPU bottleneck's alleviated. But when you're at a lower resolution like 1080p or 1440p, then you're going to run into a CPU bottleneck because there's overhead available on the GPU, right? And the CPU runs out of it because you'll hit Cmax, or a singular core will basically get maxed out where there's one thread for the game that isn't paralleled very well, and it basically just maxes out, and that's all you can get out of the game.
5090 does.
Everyone wants 500 FPS in CS. I do. I do for my soon-to-be 750 hertz monitor.
FPS opposed to 143 FPS with the RTX 4090, so a pretty good win here. Next up, we have Delta Force, and at 1440p, the 5090 is providing just 17% more performance than the 4090, though to be fair, frame rates are extreme and likely approaching
17%.
bottleneck. Still, while jumping up to 4K does extend the margin out to 27%, that's still not a terribly impressive
It's 100%
uplift,
CPU bottleneck.
despite rendering 160 FPS. And again, this is largely due to the fact that the 5090 costs 25% more and is arriving a little over 2 years later. As we know, Space Marine 2 is a very CPU-limited game, and at 1440p, we certainly...
It actually uses more than 8 cores. I've talked about this. Modern games, guys, it will use more than 8 cores. Call of Duty, although maybe that's not the case anymore. It was the last time I played Warzone. Warzone, you have to manually set the threads to do it. Rivals, Space Marine 2, Helldivers 2, assuming you're playing on the highest difficulty. I don't know, because I haven't played in a couple months, but it was you have to play on the highest difficulty with 4 people, because that changes the amount of spawns you get, and play the hatchery map as well. And that's basically how you get just a shitload of units on your screen. City Skyline is probably the most CPU bound. It will literally eat your entire processor, regardless of how big it is, depending on the size, because it's a simulation and they increase the size of the city. I had 250,000 people and is eating 75% of my 16-core processor. So that's a pretty big deal. And that's where I basically stopped playing Skylines. That was like a year ago, though. Good evening, Pin. Otherwise, I want to say also Riftbreaker. However, in the case of Riftbreaker, you have to play with insanely large spawns, which isn't by default. You have to manually set them up. I think I was at 3,000% spawn rate, where it only goes up to 500% normally.
Ryzen 7 9800.
Which they obviously don't test.
However, what's really odd
it's actually
here
fun
is
to play at that.
The 5090 is coming in 4% slower than the 4090. So as we've seen a few times
driver overhead.
now, though, mostly at
So I will actually point out that TLDR, there is actually driver head issues more so with the 5000 series than with the 4000 series, which NVIDIA over the years compared to AMD actually has driver overhead too. So if you didn't know, if you pair, let's say, 7900 XTX and a 4080 equally with a lower end CPU, the 79 XTX will actually gain performance compared to the 4080. The 4080 actually regresses in performance. I guess not gain. It's more likely to maintain its relative performance compared to a 4080. So actually, if you buy a really expensive video card, AMD will actually scale better than NVIDIA will with your old shitty CPU. A lot of people don't know that, and a lot of reviewers don't cover that. Occasionally they do. Hardware Unboxed did, like 2 years ago or something like that. But it actually will scale better with lower-end CPUs. So like when you become bottlenecked by your CPU, AMD performs better. And what they're noticing with the 5000 series, not just here, this is the first, because I cheated a little bit, right? Because I've read stuff about this already. On the 5000 series, what they notice is actually it performs worse with lower-end CPUs. Yeah, so you actually lose performance relative to itself. You lose performance compared to the 4000 series. So, I mean, that's optimizations that they could eventually figure out, but that's currently where it's at.
This either suggests to me that there's some kind of overhead issue, or the workload is limited in a way that makes the 5090 inefficient due to how many cores it has. Thankfully, though, switching up to the 4K resolution does solve this problem.
It doesn't actually solve it. It just makes it so CPU bottleneck is less of an issue. So it's not really solving it. Rather, it's increasing the workload on the GPU, and then the GPU becomes the bottleneck as opposed to the CPU, right? And it's actually the dynamic between GPU and CPU bottlenecks is really important. And then it's not just GPU, CPU. Then you also have ray tracing. Ray tracing is another bottleneck. You have ray tracing engines on your 7000 series AMD GPUs. your 4000, 5000 series NVIDIA GPUs, they all have a ray tracing engine, even and Intel does. And depending on how robust it is, it's just like being bound by your CPU. You'll be limited by basically the ray tracing capabilities of your video card. And that's basically it, which is why it's one of the first things that people turn off, because it sucks. So, tiny little bit of eye candy for a huge performance loss isn't really what people are looking for nowadays. Which is why I think ray tracing is a completely silly metric.
It's certainly not amazing.
I'll use it if it's available, if it gives me good FPS, but like I'm not gonna, I don't care. Like I didn't buy my 4090 for that.
The Star Wars Jedi Survivor performance improvement at 1440p is again weak, just a 14% improvement here, though we are looking at 191 FPS on average, which is very impressive. Then at 4K, we're creeping over the 100 FPS barrier with 102 FPS, making the RTX 5090 21% faster than the 4090.
We're less of a CPU over
again,
CPU bottleneck
margin there. Moving on to a Plague Tale Requiem, we see that at 1440p, the 5090 is just.
Why you have to test it, like even with like an 8K resolution, really would drive the video card hard.
The data is in part CPU limited, as indicated by the similar 1% lows. Jumping up to 4K does
probably
help with
see
that.
if you tested 1080p, you see even more of a big difference. Although I think he did, he just does it in the recap at the end.
Uplift. So certainly one of the better margins we've seen.
At 4K.
Cyberpunk 2077.
I think you'd actually have to test this in 8K to really drive some of these video cards nowadays, mainly because everything's CPU bound now.
19% improvement here.
I mean CPU bound.
Again, with similar 1% lows. Though, of course, other system limitations will be coming into effect.
Although resolution can play a lot with not only
opens the margin up to 32%.
CPU bottleneck, but also memory bus can do it too.
Being excellent. Though we are using the second highest preset and ray tracing hasn't been enabled. Frame rates in Dying Light 2 using the high preset are extreme.
Some games will actually come with ray tracing enabled, so you actually have to make a note of it.
FPS for the new RTX 5090, though that did only make it 24% faster than the 4090. And then even at 4K, we're still looking at a 25% performance gain over the 4090, which scales with the 25% price increase, so probably not amazing there in terms of value. Dragon Age the Vanguard is limited to just shy of 130 FPS at 1440p when using the Ultra preset, which does selectively apply some ray tracing effects. So be aware that this portion of the review isn't looking exclusively at rasterization performance, though that is still mostly the focus here. Then we see that even when increasing the resolution to 4K, of the review isn't looking just shy of 130 FPS at 1440p when using the Ultra preset, which does selectively apply some ray tracing effects.
This is why I don't understand why they don't turn it off. If it's clear that it's applying ray tracing, it should be turned off. It's a very, very different metric. It's not, this is there's sometimes in hardware reviewing, there's kind of like tech purists that will adhere to whatever is the standard default setting no matter what, right? They'll adhere to the default setting. And I don't really believe in that because in most real world cases, when people are getting bad performance, they're going to turn ray tracing off. I think most people know ray tracing is the button you turn off, right? It's like, uh-oh. Hey, look, I'm getting 5 FPS, maybe I should turn off ray tracing, right? It's like literally the first button that people tick. I think almost everyone that adjusts their options knows what it does. And testing against ray tracing without, because AMD is going to be at a disadvantage of that, I think is kind of disingenuous because he's going to throw it in with rasterization benchmarks at the end, I guarantee you. Even though he said this isn't part of the ray tracing, he's going to throw it in that way.
So be aware that this portion of the review isn't looking exclusively at rasterization performance, though that is still mostly the focus here. Then we see that even when increasing the resolution to 4K, the 5090 is still just 10% faster than the 4090 with 96 FPS on average, so a very disappointing result there.
So, we remember we talked about there being 3 bottlenecks now, CPU, GPU, I mean there's sometimes memory too, CPU, GPU, and ray tracing. In this case, we're looking at ray tracing bottlenecks, so it has nothing to do with the theoretical performance of 5090. You're looking at the ray tracing uplift between a 4090 and a 5090, which is also kind of weird because you wouldn't want to compare it this way, right? Because you'd be like, hey, this looks like only 10% uplift, but when in fact you're looking at like the ray tracing improvements between the 4090 and the 5090. That's it. So this is a completely different metric and representative of a completely different type of performance uplift that you wouldn't see in rasterization and people generally aren't going to be looking at because they're going to turn it off, right?
War Thunder obviously plays at extreme frame rates, even with the highest quality preset enabled, and at 1440p we're clearly CPU limited, and I can confirm this as we saw the same results at 1080p. Moving to 4K,
I mean,
though, does remove the CPU limits, but even so, the 5090 is just 15% faster than
you can
the
still be
4090.
CPU limited even if it's,
Granted, though, we are
scales
at
better.
well over 300 FPS, which is probably more than enough.
Another lifetime,
to play
guys, I was
this game,
considering being a tech
but when
tuber,
talking
or
about
more
relative performance, the 5090 is very
appropriately a
disappointing
tech
in this example.
reviewer, because I don't know if I would have been a
Marvel's
tuber.
Spider-Man Remastered is yet another game that is heavily CPU
No money there,
limited
though.
at 1440p. With
There's no money in what I'm doing, so I guess maybe I chose wrongly.
That means both the 4090 and 5090 were limited to 222 FPS. So very good performance overall, but that limitation there meant that the 5090 was no faster than the 4090. And then increasing to 4K, it does mostly remove those limits, though I suspect the 5090 is probably still being held back a little bit by the CPU, as it averaged 212 FPS. And as a result, the 5090 was just...
I mean, you don't need to
faster.
suspect that. You can literally look at the task manager and see if one of the cores is being maxed out. Also, why it's important to generally turn off hyperthreading at SMT, because it'll muddle the results. Essentially, when you have hyperthreading at SMT on, it takes one physical core and turns it into 2 logical cores. But when you get over 50% utilization between these 2 combined cores, essentially you're using more than 100% of your CPU, and it starts causing weird issues, right? And you'll oftentimes see Windows generally tries to load up 2 logical cores that are of the same physical CPU with roughly split 50-50 or 100 overall between the 2 cores, right? But when you start getting over that, weird shit starts happening, and it also makes it harder to figure out if you're actually at a bottleneck or not.
Than the 4090.
Where if you have it off, you can immediately tell.
Hogwarts Legacy is
because one of the cores will be at 100% or close to it.
Limited at 1440p, and as a result, the 4090 and 5090.
It's actually kind of weird how few people, tech tubers included, actually seem to understand that.
5090 to pull ahead of the 4090 by a 31% margin.
Here we are, guys.
So pretty amazing performance overall, but not exactly amazing in terms of value.
So it looks like,
The Last of Us Part
and
1
from
does
what
allow
it's
the
looking like here is,
5090
if you're in a
provide
non-CPU
decent
bound
performance
scenario, you
uplift
can
at
expect about
1440p.
30%
It's 28%
uplift.
faster with 204 FPS on average.
Would have been curious to see
So
what like
pretty amazing
8K would have been there, or
performance
maybe
overall.
like, I don't know,
Then at
7K
4K,
or something.
We're looking at a
You can even
40%
test that
increase
without.
to 125
You can
FPS
test
on
that
average.
without
So a great
8K monitor, by the way. Yeah, NVIDIA Super Resolution is what it's called. And you can actually set your screen to a different resolution than what it's actually at. And basically NVIDIA control panel. So you can technically turn your 1080p screen into an 8K screen. Yeah. Still exists, by the way.
Great result here, at least relative to most other games. Now the RTX 5090
Obviously, it doesn't
is able to
render at
over 100 FPS in Star
8K.
Wars Outlaws
Well, it does
at
render at it,
1440p
but you just
using
can't
the
see it.
Ultra preset. And this game
Because it
does
downscales
force
it.
the use of ray tracing. And this meant it was 22% faster than the 4090 at 1440p. Though, quite oddly, the margin is reduced at 4K. And now the 5090 is just 19% faster. So a similar margin overall, but typically we
That being said, if you don't want to do that, you could actually just find an 8K monitor, right?
But that's certainly not the case here. Finally, we have
Do exist
Starfield,
now.
and here the 5090 is just 4% faster than the 4090 at 1440p using the ultra quality settings, and this limited performance to 125 FPS. Moving to 4K didn't really help too much, as here the 5090 was just 7% faster than the 4090.
As I mentioned, guys, this part of the city that he tests in is like literally like hardware bound or hard drive bound in Starfield. I played Starfield for like a month and a half, and this particular, what's that, Keto or whatever it is, Aquila, this city, for some reason just constantly hits your SSD like when you're running around, and it's literally some sort of weird code bottleneck. Has nothing to do with the actual game performance.
Now, though we
even though it's the most stressful part of the game,
data for the individual games, because probably a bit pointless for this particular product, given that it's almost always going to be heavily CPU limited.
Yep.
I will give you a look at the average results across the 17
or
games
8K would
tested
actually kind of be important.
Because, well, I have the data, so we might as well quickly look at it. And as you can see, the 4090 and 5090 data is heavily CPU limited, which is why these high-end flagship GPUs at a low resolution make for a perfect CPU benchmark. And this data also highlights why you want to have a high-end CPU to utilize a high-end GPU like the 5090. Even
or why they're trying to fix it with FrameGen 4, right?
Limited, and as a result, was just 12% faster.
A lot of people don't seem to understand. They just know bigger numbers better, but they don't seem to understand that their CPU actually matters a lot when it comes to a bottleneck. So they don't really understand that, maybe my number's not getting bigger because I don't have a better CPU. Or it's another thing they have to upgrade.
Was on average
Fake frames. At least it's become a meme. people understand what fake frames are now. So I didn't expect that out of the hive mind. Excuse me. Oh, the hive mind. I did not actually expect them to understand that DLSS basically frame gen is fake frames. But for some strange reason, that one nugget of truth actually stuck with them. I just expected them to actually just, knee jerk to a higher frame rate, right? Like a bigger number better. But some reason, the hive mind for frame gen, actually, they understand that it's better. I think it's because a lot of broadcasters can actually feel the added latency with it.
Which is a truly
streamers.
Disappointing margin.
So they call it fake frames. That sounds like a meme out
of
content
joked
creators.
Multiple times about the 5090 actually being a 4090 Ti, because really that's exactly.
Would be very curious what this would have been at 8K or an intermediate resolution, right? Because there might actually be a bigger performance uplift. Some of these might still be CPU bound. And yeah, higher resolution actually would help with that.
It is, or at least that's what it looks like. Even if the 5090 maintained the same $1,600 US MSRP, I
wonder if someone tested it at 8K.
It would be pretty underwhelming for a next-generation flagship GPU. The 4090, for example, was on average 60% faster than the 3090 Ti, while also coming in at a lower price. Or it was 73% faster than the 3090 for extremely underwhelming.
Radar. Did someone actually think this out?
Now, look at power consumption, and please forgive me, but
I expected them to see... well, this doesn't matter. We'll keep going.
It was recorded.
Expected them to test at 8K,
which isn't ideal for measuring the true.
Radar tested at 8K. They actually.
But I'll run a few.
Good for them.
Tests.
Wait, no.
Anyway, in Starfield at 1440p, power consumption increased by 12%.
I mean, they kind of did
over the 4090. Then in Star Wars Outlaws, we saw a 17% increase in power usage at 1440p.
I mean, this is questionable.
Watts up to 624 watts. I also recorded power usage in Space Marine 2. Not expecting the 5090 to actually be slower than the 4090 at 1440p, and as a result it consumed 15% less power, but at least it shows when not under full load, the 5090 is very efficient.
Testing power load at 1440p.
But what I have done is go back and retest the 7900 XTX, 4090 and 5090 at 4K in 3 games where the 5090
We'll legitimately use 700 watts of power, guys, under a normal operating scenario, not for Mark. Under a normal operating scenario, will actually consume 698 watts. Well, this is total. No. This total system power? I don't know what PCI and EPS is. PCI is obviously the connector. I don't think this is total power consumption. I think this is the EPS connector on your motherboard. Which, I mean, it will pull some through... your motherboard? So he's recording... I don't know why you do that. I mean, your video card will draw some power through your PCIe connector. Generally, after the fiasco with the 480s, the 480s from AMD... where it's pulling like 80 watts to the power connector, which is supposed to be able to take, but was starting to burn out headers. They stopped doing that, so it's like 40 watts through your motherboard. So technically, there would. I don't know if this actually grabs your purely your video card though. This would grab like your motherboard too, and some things that are operating off of it on your motherboard. I don't know if that's a good metric. Like PCIe would be basically what you want, and there's obviously some overhead with the motherboard, right? It's going to use some power through your motherboard, but that'd be more accurate than EPS, which probably includes something that's feeding on the motherboard, including memory and the CPU. So, I don't know, this is actually just almost feels redundant to the point where it's almost like total power, like total system power consumption. But you could easily figure out like the video card load versus the system load by turning basically just, video card at idle, or if you really wanted to, you could have onboard graphics that you have just on all the time would also do it. But having your onboard graphics on can sometimes fuck with performance too, so...
And those games were Dying Light 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and A Plague Tale Requiem. Here we see that the 5090 increased power usage by 37 to 41% depending on the title, which is more in line with the performance gains seen in those titles. And I am combining both CPU and GPU power usage for these numbers, as we have seen in the past that GeForce GPUs can increase CPU load which helps reduce GPU load and therefore
Tech power-ups tends to be
consumption.
pretty thorough.
Finally, I also reran those same tests, but with a 60 FPS cap. And there's some interesting results here. Testing with the Plague Tale Requiem, power usage of the 4090 and 5090 was extremely
Nope, they did
similar
4K too.
when capped at 60 FPS. The 5090 only increased consumption by 2%. But we did see an 8% increase in Cyberpunk and then a 15% increase in Dying Light 2. Okay, so
Now he's trying
unfortunately,
to
I
look
have
at
had
efficiency
some
with
issues
60
Metro
FPS.
Exodus Enhanced Edition when using the Radeon GPUs. I've been able to run this game in the past on Radeon GPUs, but for whatever reason, it is now broken with the Radeon GPUs when enabling ray tracing, hard locking the system every time I try and load into a game.
Huh.
And I've tried multiple AMD
Huh.
and Intel systems with no joy. AMD has been made aware of this issue and have successfully replicated the problem, but sadly a fix was not issued in time for this review. So rather than drop the game entirely, I've decided to go without any ray tracing data for the Radeon GPUs, as we're just really looking at the 4090 versus 5090 performance anyway. Also, Metro Exodus Enhanced was one of the few ray tracing titles that Tim believed to be truly transformative with ray tracing enabled.
Oh, they're testing with ray tracing on for the 8K results.
It was 21% faster than the 4090 and then 33% faster at 1440p. And please note, I didn't test 4K ray tracing performance because most titles see very poor and almost always unplayable performance at 4K, even with upscaling. But granted, in this example, the 5090 and even the 4090 would work.
Ray tracing, as I mentioned before, ray tracing is going to be a weird bird, mainly because it's limited by basically the generational uplift in the ray tracing engines. So if there's none, or if it has the same number, it's going to be shit.
4K.
It's a third
An example
bottleneck.
Where that's less true is Alan Wake 2. And for this testing, quality upscaling has been enabled. At 1080p, the 5090 is just 19% faster than the 4090, and moving to 1440p doesn't really help. Here we're looking at an 18% margin.
Yep.
So overall, pretty weak gains for the 5090 and Alan Wake 2 with ray tracing.
You're looking at ray tracing improvements per generation rather than the overall video card.
Moving on to Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, using the ultra quality ray tracing preset with quality upscaling, we see that the 4090 and 5090 are comparable at 1080p, almost certainly due to CPU limitations. Then increasing the resolution to 1440p helps the 5090 a little bit, but even so, it's just 11% faster than the 4090, rendering 129 FPS. Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered sees performance heavily CPU limited at both 1080p and 1440p, which is problematic, as we're only talking about 128 FPS at 1440p, and this was achieved by the 4080 Super. Now, you could argue that we need to include 4K benchmarks here, but I'm more concerned with the fact that 128 FPS is the cap. Granted, that's still very good performance overall, but for those with high refresh rate monitors,
that's not a NVIDIA or AMD thing. That's
imagine too many people spending $2,000 US or more on a graphics card will be happy gaming at, say, around 60 FPS, which is likely where you'd find yourself at 4K, especially without the aid of upscaling.
I mean, I'm not happy.
Now,
I tried originally playing when Cyberpunk first came out, not Phantom Liberty. When Cyberpunk first came out, I tried playing it at 60 FPS. It was not good. Because just there's too much movement even in a single player game. There's too much movement even in a single player game for it to actually be an enjoyable experience. Maybe it's because I just am so used to a fluid experience. And I had the option of turning DLSS on and ray tracing on. That's when I had a 2080. And I didn't do it because it actually made things look worse, in my opinion. Like, the DLSS made everything look smeared and blurry in the distance. I could see, like, sometimes things wouldn't work out properly, and I could see the changes.
Using the
actually just made things worse, so I just play with ray tracing off.
Upscaling. And at 1080p, the RTX 5090 rendered 208 FPS on average, making it 18% faster than the 4090. And
quality upscaling, so it's DLSS.
We're not CPU limited at 1440p, but even so, the 5090 is just 22% faster than the 4090, so an extremely disappointing result.
Once again, we're looking at the ray tracing performance improvements between the 4090 and 5090.
With the 4090, it was only good for 92 FPS at 1080p with quality upscaling. The 5090 is able to deliver an additional 34% performance,
so very close to its
FPS.
Theoretical performance increase.
Data, it's quite similar, at least the margins, as here the 5090 is 36% faster, rendering 98 FPS. So not amazing performance overall, especially given we've had to enable upscaling, but relative to past products, it's a reasonable step forward.
Fuck upscaling.
Okay, so we've had to go with a 5-game average for the ray tracing data, as I couldn't include Metro Exodus Enhanced given the Radeon GPUs didn't work. So on average, we saw a 14% performance improvement for the 5090 over the 4090 at 1080p with upscaling. Then at 1440p, we saw on average just a 17% performance increase. And it's interesting to note that at 1440p with upscaling, we're looking at just 123 FPS on average, which really isn't a lot considering we're using a $2,000 US graphics card.
I mean, that's the way tech always
so-
works, is just sometimes it'll just be slower and then newer stuff will be faster, right? I don't think there's really any metric you can just like write in, a line you can draw in sand and say, oh, this obviously isn't going to work. 60 you can only see 60 FPS anyways, so.
Here's how the current and previous generation mid-range to high-end GPUs compare in terms of
And if you include the
based on the
580,
MSRP.
it's absolutely lower than that.
$2,000 US, the RTX 5090 is 1.5% better value per frame than the 4090.
Yay!
So in other words, after a little over 2 years, we're seeing no improvement in cost per frame. The 5090 is essentially just a faster GeForce 40 series GPU.
Yep.
But if we shift to the best retail pricing for mid-2024 and just assume that the RTX 5090
Gonna do
will
frame
actually
gen here
sell
too?
for $2,000 US, it does look a little bit better. But I guess, do we honestly believe the 5090 will be $2,000 US? Do we really believe that? Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty
Frame
damn
gen?
ugly in terms of value, because at $2,000 US, it's already pretty ugly. So there you have it, the RTX 4090 Ti.
It's
a 5090.
I mean RTX 5090. Yeah, it's now the world's fastest
It's a
gaming
5090.
GPU. So no shocker there. What is shocking though, at least based on our testing, is that it was on average just 27% faster than the 4090 at 4K, while it costs at least 25% more, which is why I have repeatedly referred to this as the RTX 4090 Ti. But thank you, Balin, for all the corrections.
You're welcome.
But let's be real here. That is exactly what this thing is. NVIDIA's tried to disguise the fact that, you know, it's not just a beefed up 4090 by dangling stuff like DLSS 4 multi-frame generation in the face of gamers, as if they're toddlers.
Not
and
covering it?
DLSS 4 is a shiny set of keys. And on that
Ray
note,
tracing
I have
is a
not
shiny set of
mentioned
keys
frame
too.
generation
I don't know what.
until now,
Ray tracing
which
is
might
exactly the
seem a
same
bit
boat,
odd,
bro.
Given how heavily NVIDIA's pushed DLSS
When they did
4
the
as a key feature of this product.
when they did the 7900 XTX review, the XT and the XTX review back in what 22. When they did that review, I was very animate about the fact that they were overvaluing ray tracing because it doesn't matter. And in that release, like they made fun of AMD for not being cheap enough, but it's still much cheaper. Price performance was much cheaper than the 4080 and the 4090, and would actually like be faster than the 4080 in some cases, and just the same in others. So yeah, like just completely oversold on ray tracing. Ray tracing, once again, I think is a very much understood button in the gaming community that you turn off when your video card is slow. Everyone's friend says turn that off, and that's why someone, the other guy's like, oh my god, this makes a huge difference, because it does, right? Ray tracing really needs to be compartmentalized better, even though NVIDIA's marketing has really tried to sell it over and over and over again over the years, because it's a leg up on NVIDIA, or on AMD. It's a leg up on AMD, and they want to sell that, right? And they've been doing a really good job of that, despite the fact that it's one of the things that everyone just turns off. And it's kind of like the elephant in the room that just no one talks about. Now they're talking about DLSS 4 being fake frames, but you're still basically not. I mean, the Hardware Unboxed fairly does tend to compartmentalize ray tracing better than other benchmarkers were for a while. Weren't even separating their benchmarks, which was silly, because it's not remotely comparable to each other. But like 7900 XTX or the XT was really a breadwinner of the last generation, and by far. And they caught a lot of flack for not being cheap enough because their ray tracing performance was shit, and or worse than NVIDIA. And no one gives a shit about that. It's like the first thing you turn off. It's great if you have it, but you don't spend an extra $400 for a button, right? Most people don't.
And really the feature of the entire GeForce 50 series. But we do have a few issues with
like
this.
Marvel Rivals doesn't even
And,
have a ray
look,
tracing
firstly,
button.
I'll just note that we do have an in-depth and dedicated
For good reason,
DLSS
because no one's going to
analysis
use it.
coming in the
And
next few
Fortnite did it for a
days.
long time.
It'll be a separate content piece that'll be put together by Tim. Look, firstly, I'll just note that we do have an in-depth and dedicated DLSS 4 analysis coming in the next few days.
Yeah.
It'll be a separate content piece.
I guess we'll cover
together
that then
by
too.
Tim.
They're trying
The reason we
to milk
tackle
me,
stuff
guys,
like
for my
frame generation
viewership.
and upscaling their own dedicated content pieces because they are very involved to test correctly. The testing is far less about the frame rate stuff.
And then AMD has their own frame gen 4 that's coming out with now. Both.
And in the case
AMD just keeps chasing after fucking NVIDIA's skirt. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, they could win, and with rasterization, they could win with Crossfire, too, if they brought it back and fixed issues with Crossfire. They could 100% win, because that basically just completely upsets, because you can combine two GPUs into a more powerful GPU. But it had problems with the sawtooth stuttering that it had, and weird issues and nuances. They could fix it. For Crossfire and Sly, for about the last 10 years of its lifetime, maybe last 8 years of its lifetime, saw almost no improvements. They didn't try, they just kept it on life support. But neither NVIDIA nor AMD tried to fix it, because actually what it does is upsets product segmentation. Because if you can take two cheaper GPUs, which is now, once again, why NVIDIA now linearly prices their GPUs, 5080, I can guarantee you it's going to be about half the speed of a 5090. Because it's half the CUDA cores. You can do that in between generations. You can compare the core counts between generations, intergeneration, between the cards in the same generation. You can't do it with cards outside the generation, because there's going to be performance increases to the cores, and they'll be changed, right? But you can do it inside of the generation. For the most part, all the memory bus matters, and bus width, memory speed, stuff like that matters. However, what really matters is the amount of CUDA cores. But they linearly price their cards now, where you don't get a better deal for going for a lower end card, more or less. So you can buy two 5080s, but it'll be the same price and linear performance if there was Sly with a 5090. They've done that on purpose, and it actually makes me wonder if they're actually considering bringing back Sly, because they don't want it to break product segmentation, because they don't want you to buy two older, cheaper, lower end video cards and make something better, right? They're just cheaper video cards. However, I will say that that doesn't take into account the used card market. So, like 3080, for instance, you could get two 3080s and get 4080 Ti worth of performance by combining them for $800. That's still a bargain, right? It doesn't include the used card market, where it really upsets things. So, NVIDIA and AMD kind of killed off Sly specifically in Crossfire, specifically because AMD just went along with it after NVIDIA did it, but they did it particularly because it was upsetting their product segmentation, and it was just an extra thing they had to take care of when it actually hurt them, right? And gamers didn't call them out on that. No one called them out on it, because it actually really, really fucking matters, because it was a broken solution. But at the same time, hardware reviewers weren't trying to get them to fix it, right? They weren't really going out of their way to try to get it fix it. But if they ever brought back Crossfire, allegedly the new generation of, what is it going to be, the 8000, 8900 or whatever is the next gen GPU, 8090. If they bring it back, the next generation allegedly is going to be basically the equivalent of a 7900 XTX with slightly better ray tracing performance, which isn't really. Yeah, it's just basically a better hardware, better mid-range card, I guess. Slightly better mid-range card, but it's not going to increase. It's not going to get anyone to upgrade their hardware setup. But if you could combine two of them, maybe then they would, or combine four of them, maybe then you would, but they don't. And no, DX12 and Vulkan, Vulkan's, you can combine with their API. You can combine two video cards, unlike video cards together. No one fucking does that. The developers, not only would it take the game developer to actually be able to do it, it actually takes the engine developer to do it well. That's asking way, way too much. And it'll only happen in like one game. So you could do all that shit and maybe get it to work in one game. Congratulations, you're selling no video cards based off that. It's literally pushing the buck. It's passing the buck to someone else. And they got basically AMD and they passed it off to graphics API developers, which then pass it on to engine developers that will then pass it off to game developers, which that's asking way too much. We can barely get them to install superscalers in their game, like DLSS and FSR. Asking them to institute fucking hybrid multi-GPU rendering isn't going to fucking happen. That's just not going to fucking happen. And there's some people that suggest it as a solution. It's not. It's not. And it's not going to sell video cards either, because you're not going to buy two video cards because you can use it for one game, right? That's not a value proposition at all. So, yeah, you could think what you want, but who really needed to take care of it was both AMD and NVIDIA, and then they stopped. And that's AMD could do that instead of chasing ray tracing performance. Say fuck it and just not do it. Why do they keep trying to play NVIDIA's game? I don't know. You don't need to have ray tracing. All right, it's the thing that people turn off. You could actually just say, screw it, remove ray tracing from your video cards, and make a stand that it doesn't even matter in the first place because no games actually require it. It's an extra toggle, and toggling on doesn't even really make that big of a difference, so why would you even play the game? I don't know. AMD's sinking a lot and chasing, once again, NVIDIA's skirt, and they're doing it again. And it's foolish. You're millions, billions of dollars you're spending on this shit just to chase someone that has like a 2-year lead on you.
To frame gen, it's also important to look at latency. In short,
Yep.
I'm just going to say it,
Frame gen and
generation
latency.
doesn't deliver what NVIDIA's marketing claims it does. It's not a true performance enhancing feature.
Don't worry, guys. The
You're not
5070 will
really
be as
going
fast as
from
the
60
4090.
FPS to 120 FPS or whatever number they happen to be claiming. You're getting the apparent smoothness of those higher frame rates with possible graphical artifacts. But what you're not getting is the
Fake frames.
true benefits.
Call it fake
of
frames.
higher
It's a
frame
meme.
rates.
Call it
That
fake
is
frames now.
improved latency. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying frame generation isn't useful,
Call
good
fake frames.
technology, or
Do it.
you should
Do it,
use
Steve.
it. But I am saying NVIDIA has weaponized this feature to mislead you guys.
And they're also ahead
Consumers
of
claiming
AMD in that
nonsense
regard.
like
AMD keeps
the
trying to play
upcoming
catch up instead of playing their own game.
5070 is faster
They can
than
make their own
RTX
game and they don't.
4090. That is fundamentally not true. I also strongly
they aren't winning
believe that
trying to chase
showing
NVIDIA.
frame generation performance in a benchmark graph is misleading. And while NVIDIA would love us to do just that, we view it as an extremely slippery slope for gamers. It's a race to the bottom. Winning benchmarks will quickly become about who can spit out the most amount of interpolated
Fake frames.
input
Fake
and
frames,
visual
Steve. Call it
quality
fake frames.
game.
Do it. Do
In
it now.
short, as it stands in its
Fake
current
frames.
generation, so DLSS
It's a
3
meme.
and DLSS 4 frame generation, it's nothing more than
Spew
a frame
out
streaming
interpolated
technology
frames. So,
which can
in a non-gaming scenario, guys, I will not touch frame gen with a 10-foot pole, by the way. In a non-gaming scenario, even if it had low latency, I still wouldn't touch it. In a non-gaming scenario, I use SVP to watch anime. SVP being smooth video project, right? With Rife, which is arguably the best version. Rife AI is the best version. It's trained on an AI model. Is the best version of video interpolation you can get, and it looks really good. There are still problems with it, and I can still see the problems, but that's with a pre-recorded video. That's with a pre-recorded video where it has time and latency doesn't matter in an optimal scenario. Introducing FrameGen not only adds latency, but it also muddles the picture. So not only do you have to worry about your monitor, your refresh rate, and of course your FPS, but then you also have to worry about the FrameGen just spitting out garbo frames all over your screen and you not being able to see the difference, right? It's like I always turn off anti-aliasing. It's the same shit. It's like caking your monitor in Vaseline. It's not. It just adds another layer of complication to what it's supposed. It's like higher frame rate's supposed to make things easier to see, not harder. So if you're muddling the picture while making it faster, it doesn't. You're looking at moving finger paints, right? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't help.
under the right conditions be useful and an effective technology, but it doesn't boost FPS performance. It merely smooths the presentation. Moreover, it is completely
frames.
useless for any kind of competitive shooter or fast-paced game
For now.
where the entire point of seeking higher FPS is to improve latency. So
Yep.
while NVIDIA might like to think or pretend
That's kind of weird how it goes in the
gamers will
opposite
and
direction of
should
the thing
use
it's trying to
frame
accomplish.
generation, in reality, that could not be further from the truth. Now, moving on to another
Fake frames.
topic, CPU performance. It's very clear based on the 1440p data that if you're buying an RTX 5090, you want to make sure you have a 9800X 3D because
Or-
even with the Zen 5 3D Vcache Pro
Or use DLSS 4 with fake frames, and it completely negates the whole problem. By the way, the weird thing about fake frames or about DLSS 4 or FrameGen in general is the worse your CPU is. So the lower your base, so whatever your base CPU can generate. So there's actually two different bottlenecks. This becomes even more complicated. There's two different bottlenecks when it comes to FrameGen. You have your base frame rate, which is what your CPU is actually capable of producing, and then you have your FrameGen frame rate, which is actually what it's capable of producing, what your video card is capable of producing, right? And the bigger this is, the bigger advantage FrameGen will present, right? So if your base frame rate starts creeping down to the 60s or the 45s, right, and that your FrameGen's up in 300, the bigger this margin becomes, the more benefit you're getting, right? But in actuality, it's worse because the bigger the difference is here, the more fake garbo frame rates you're going to have because you can only interpolate so much data from the base frame rate, right? Before it just becomes garbage. It's just, it's like training AI on AI, right? It just turns into garbage because there isn't enough data available to actually produce a higher end interpolated frame rate because you can't predict the future that far. It becomes harder. Like the further these are separated, the harder it is for this to actually accurately produce images, which it's not even described that way, but it literally just makes things worse, even though it's supposed to be making it better. You think it's getting better, but it's actually getting worse because the difference is too high. It makes things, because of the way interpolation works, there's not enough data. So,
you're still going to end up CPU limited more.
It actually works the opposite direction of what you think it would. It's another just graphs just crossing each other where they just don't help each other anymore. There's probably a threshold you cross where it just doesn't makes things worse.
Where the RT performance of the RTX 5090 relative to the 4090 is more impressive than what we saw for the majority of our testing. And this will come down to the quality settings used. The goal of our testing here was to prioritize what we felt to be more real-world settings that allow for frame rates north of 60 FPS, as I don't think many gamers spending $2,000 US on a graphics card will be content with console-like frame rates. But in an effort to provide a bit more context here, I've gone back and got some scaling data with Black Myth Wukong. For our review, I tested at 1440p using DLSS quality upscaling, and this allowed the RTX 5090 to deliver 98 FPS. Not exactly extreme high refresh rate stuff, but good performance overall, and this saw it beat the 4090 by a 24% margin. But if we turn off upscaling, which we feel most gamers won't do when using ray tracing, they'll almost certainly use upscaling, but if we turn it off, the frame rate of the 5090 drops to 64 FPS. But this also meant that it was now 45% faster than the 4090, so a far more impressive margin there. And this is comparable to what we saw at 4K using DLSS upscaling, though again, we're only gaming at around 60 FPS, which some gamers will find acceptable, but I personally find it less than desirable, especially when spending so much money. But the point is, the 5090 really can be 40 to 50% faster than the 4090. It just depends on the game and the quality settings used. But as we've seen in this review, typically speaking, if you're targeting big frame rates, the difference between the 5090 and 4090 can be much smaller. So all said and done, I think it's fair to say overall, the GeForce RTX 5090 is a disappointing product, despite being a very impressive performer. It's disappointing because it doesn't do what a next generation product should do, at least in our opinion. It fails to move the needle forward in terms of value, and it could just as easily slot into the GeForce 40 series. Again, if it was released as an RTX 4090 Ti, no one would think twice. Now, I've
different
acknowledged
architecture,
that
but
NVIDIA
yeah,
couldn't do too much here given the process node limitations, but they still could have created a more exciting product series. Had the 5090 cost $1,600 US, it'd be a lot more impressive. Still not amazing, not nearly as good as, say, the 3090 to 4090 upgrade. In fact, it would be half as good, but it would also be worlds better than it ultimately is. That said, I expect the RTX 5090 will probably age quite well. The 27% margin we see here on average when compared to the 4090 will almost certainly increase over time. How much is hard to say, but I think we will see many more examples of up around 40% than what we did here today. This also means that the more affordable models are likely to be pretty underwhelming, I'm sad to say, only offering very minor performance gains over the parts they're replacing. Now again, NVIDIA could have improved things here by offering satisfactory VRAM configurations. 12GB on the RTX 5070, for example, It's a joke. The card should be armed with a minimum of 16 gigabytes, and had they done that, it might have ended up being a worthwhile upgrade from the RTX 4070, and it certainly would have been from the RTX 3070. Now, for those of you after a more positive take, the good news here being that the RTX
says for more fake frames
is faster than the 4090, allowing it to take 4K gaming to that next step, where it is very possible to enjoy a truly high refresh rate experience. So if you already had oodles of money to blow on a graphics card and you'd missed out on the 4090, then the 5090 will be a very welcomed release. But in a nutshell, the
I mean, at
RTX
$2,000, this is a
5090
welcome release? I don't
25%
know.
more expensive than the 4090, while being on average 27% faster at 4K. It has 33% more VRAM and consumes around 30% more power. So
Not the 32 gigs of VRAM
interpret that
matters.
how you'd like, but for now we are done with our review. So be sure to let me know what you think about the RTX 4090 Ti. I mean,
Steve.
the joke's not getting old. Baylor's just laughing in the background. RTX 5090. Let me know what you think about the RTX 5090
with
in
its,
the comment section below. I'm very keen to hear your.
I'm surprised he hasn't really mentioned the box. It's a reusable box here, our environmentally friendly cardboard box for your $2,000 GPU. Exactly what everyone wanted. Like, literally went the way of Amazon of making more environmentally friendly packaging. Yeah, but it's for a $2,000 product you don't buy fucking shitloads of. So these aren't K-cups, right? These aren't fucking K-cups. So just to save a couple fucking dimes, they did that, right? Not me, they did that right there. Yeah, that's kind of also a pretty big joke in my opinion.
To buy it are going to buy it anyway.
You buy a $2,000 Halo product and they give you a cardboard box because it's environmentally friendly when they don't give a shit. It's about saving money.
Going to buy one and for whatever reason you're not now, yeah, be sure to let me know in the comment section below. We do have a lot more 5090 and other GeForce 50 series content coming up in the coming days and weeks, so make sure you subscribe for that. Give this
oh my god, they turned on the bell too. Did you see them click the bell, guys? They clicked the bell. They clicked the bell too. Gotta click that bell.
If you want to join our exclusive Discord server, monthly
ring that bell.
Behind the scenes content, Q&A stuff. There are a lot of cool things, so check that out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this review of the RTX 4090 Ti. I'm your host, Steve. See you again.
Thanks, Steve. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Oh, buddy. Yep. So, just to show you guys here, just price performance-wise, like, so tech power up. We didn't look at the 580 review, which apparently the B580 was pretty good, which, as you can see here, actually is. I would take it with a grain of salt because Intel does actually have some driver issues still, and they have some weird performance quirks. But your best bang for your buck for something new is literally a 580 right now, which is pretty insane. Still, even at 4K, it's a 580, right? But if we look down here and we scroll down here and we look at the 4000 or 5090 here, and then we get. Why is it at 1500? Is that like theoretical price reduction? That's supposed to be a theoretical price reduction. Yeah, I guess these are some theoretical prices on here. You got 5090 for 2K here, right, at 100%. You got your 4090. Oh, is it at 24? I guess it's retail right now. Yeah, because of the AI craze right now. My 4090 actually went up in value right now, so it's actually at 2400 right now. But then if you look at like the 7900 XTX, for instance, right? Look where that is. There's the 7900 XT right here. 7900 GRE, which is even better value. 7900 XTX right here is 177%. Like I said, TechTubers gave AMD way too much flack last generation. Way too much flack for what they are. Because they actually, as long as you turn off that shiny button, that the jingling keys of ray tracing, it actually performs extremely well and extremely competitively. But some reason, TechTubers really like the jingling keys, and they also don't actually preface it by saying if you're on a lower-end system upgrading, you'll actually get more value, even more value out of an AMD GPU because the driver overhead is actually lower compared to NVIDIA. They don't even say that. there's like multiple different angles here that aren't being considered in succession that could lead you to a very, very different recommendation with the same test results. With the same test results with the same stats. Very different recommendation purely based off of whether or not you value ray tracing, which most people don't give a shit about that, and whether or not you have a lower end system, which a lot of people do because they don't upgrade their CPUs. They aren't me. They didn't learn what a big difference making sure you're never CPU bound is. Like, it actually matters a lot for fluidity of games. Like, they don't actually do that, which is why arguably NVIDIA basically doubled down on FrameGen 4, right? Is because it's there's a lot of people with shit systems and they want to make that $2,000 shiny video card seem like it's actually worth it, when in fact it's just fake. It's fake frames. Just keep calling it fake frames, guys. That's what it is. Don't get lured into the bigger number. It's fake frames. And the bigger the difference is between your base CPU frame rate and your GPU frame rate, the worse it's going to be. It's going to get absolutely worse. So, yeah, pretty crazy stuff, guys. And up here at the top, once again, you got your B580, right? But even look at the 7900 GRE, which is right here, which is an insane value, by the way. Which was, I believe, a slightly cut down version of the 7900 XT. We didn't look at the GRE review, but right here, insane value. Yeah, for a high-end video card, absolutely insane value. Cost per frame actually shows you the frame rate you can actually get out of it too. So 7900 GRE, so 141 FPS at $3.80 per frame. And while you can get a 4060, which is a better value, you're looking at a difference almost double the frame rate, which is pretty ludicrous in my opinion. That's pretty insane. This chart, if I made this chart myself, I would 100% would have based it on the frame rate, as opposed to, and still ordered it by the dollar value, so you can see the benefit of your purchase, right? Not just the cost per dollar. This graph in the background is based off the dollar value, right? Which I'd still order this by dollar value, but I'd also include the background frame rate, the background FPS number, because it actually matters a lot. Then up here at the top, you got your 69 FPS. Perfect number, by the way. Oh, that's the 600. So if we're looking like, what, 140 for the GRE? There's GRE. There's another one that's like, what, the 7800 XT is 128. It's also very good value. AMD gets way, like, the tech tubers with the last gen were constantly just harping on AMD to make things cheaper. It's a lot cheaper than NVIDIA, and I don't know why they keep just saying that. It's not it. That's not it, guys. Okay, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go wash my coffee cup, and then we're gonna watch Gamers Nexus. Be right back. All right, guys. Let's see. As I mentioned, we're going to skip through some of these reviews. There's a couple things I want to cover here. Even though Tech or Hardware Unboxed is going to release more paces here, there's just some kind of cool stuff, which is PCIe scaling. So you ever have the question, how much does it matter whether or not a PCIe 4.0, 5.0, 3.0, right? Doesn't matter. Answer is generally it does not, by the way. We're going to skip through all the testing because it's a written article. The results here, we look at average FPS. By the way, as I mentioned, Tech Power Up is probably one of the best written articles websites still in existence, by the way. Used to be Tech Review and Nantech, and now it's Tech Power Up, so still somehow paying their bills to keep the web servers on. Well, if we take a peek here, guys, so this is a 5090. It's looking at the scaling, so we have X16 5.0, X16 4.0, so PCIe 4.0, which is what I have, because I didn't opt for the more expensive motherboard. Actually, it wasn't even that I didn't want to opt for it, it's the fact that I would have to lose PCIe slots to do it, which I wasn't willing to do. So even though I could get 5.0 in the X16 slot, I would lose slots to do it, and I don't want that, like actual physical slots. Because I have, I have 4 cards in I have a video card, my sound card, a network card. No, not a network card. I have a USB card too. USB card. I don't think I have a network card. I think I had one at one point and I pulled it out. So I had like 4 different PCIe cards in. So it turns out, guys, you don't need to buy a more expensive motherboard. You just need one with more slots. For some strange reason, they only want to give you 3 slots nowadays, so you buy a more expensive motherboard. Crazy how that works, right? When they can have 7 on the motherboard. But anyways, we look here at FPS scaling-wise. I have 4.0. So at 1080p, which is generally CPU bound, I would lose 3 FPS-ish. And it starts making a bigger difference, apparently. The weird thing is, like, so 1080p should be more CPU bound than 4K, right? But if we look, scaling actually matters more with 4K, or with 1080p than it does with 4K. Because if you look at the difference here, you know, it's not actually, you're looking at a difference of 147 to 122. Where up here, you're looking at a difference between 251 and 188, which is actually pretty extreme, right? But in this case, if you have PCIe 4.0, it really doesn't matter at all, which is right there. And even if you have 3.0, it really doesn't even matter that much at 1080p. At 4K, it still really doesn't matter that much, even if you're still riding 3.0, right? 1.1 is pretty... You can tell where it starts getting squeezed, right? Right down here. Tech Power Up could also do an... I'm not going to take time. I have too much shit going on. I'm not going to take time to post on their forums. But they also could do an article regarding driver overhead and basically efficiency of video cards in drivers. And basically you can make a similar chart for scaling based on how low end your CPU is as it goes. I'm curious, so it really doesn't matter if you have, even with a video card that pounds it, you really don't need to have the latest PCIe generation. It doesn't matter. You can be 1 behind or even 2 behind, and it really doesn't matter. 3 is where it really starts getting meaty, right? So you're on 2.0. And arguably, if you're on 2.0, you're on a 12-year-old system. I think, when did PCIe 3.0 come out, guys? – 2010. PCIe 3.0 was introduced 14 years ago. So, if you are on a greater than 14-year-old motherboard, it might be time to upgrade. Yeah, but in realistic terms, that's not going to happen, right? And 5.0 just basically came out, even though 7.0 I think is ready to be ratified. Being ratified and adoption by motherboards, so it's actually on the boards, is like 2 to 3 years apart. So 7.0 is supposed to be ratified soon, but it doesn't matter. This will be another 3 years before it's on boards. And my current motherboard supports 5.0, but it's only for my my NVMe slot, which I do have a PCIe 5.0 hard drive in it, NVMe drive. Yay! For what that matters. Good for us. Good for us. But anyways, wanted to take a look at this. This is a curious bit. Doesn't really matter. Not really. So the takeaway here is it doesn't matter. TLDR is it doesn't matter. Oh my god. News Nation, please. Actually, this is the News Nation show. This is the weird aliens built the pyramids like font. You can literally tell. With like the weird creepy background stuff going on there. Probably has background tracks too. Love balls. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at Gamers Nexus. We're gonna skip through. They have like a giant piece on thermals. We're gonna skip through the video since we watched Hardware Unboxed.
This is a big review today. We'll try to respect your time. It almost hit me in the face. The gaming performance uplift of the RTX 5090 in rasterization for 4K is between 20 and 50% depending on the title versus the RTX 4090. Ray tracing at 4K is commonly 27 to 35% uplift. Now, if you want to see our testing...
They just copy the aesthetic from Old Tech Report. That looks almost identical to the Old Tech Report website prior to them getting overhaul and ruining their website. They sold it. 100% sold it. Air throw, don't care. Don't care. Benchmarks. I'll take a look at the benchmarks. They have DLSS 4. Is everyone doing a second video on frame gen?
Which is good. And now it's time to get into the gaming benchmarks. Everyone is jumping to this timestamp. In Final Fantasy XIV at 4K, the 5090 ran at a comically high 182 FPS average, with 1% lows that were nearly identical to the average frame rate of the 4090.
I like that Hardware Unboxed showed the difference between 4090 and 5090 with a percent.
For average frame rate, to be clear. For a quick value discussion, the RTX 5090 is supposed to be $2,000, with the RTX 4090's MSRP originally being $1,600, though it was commonly in the $2,000 range. The 4090 is not commonly available anymore at this point, for a reasonable price at least. So just MSRP to MSRP, the 5090 is 25% more expensive and 31% higher frame rate in this test.
In a cardboard box. Fuck off, NVIDIA. Literally just fuck off.
Which is expected.
People should call them off for that. Maybe they did. I didn't watch the part.
Applications like maybe Adobe Premiere, 3D work, or machine learning workloads. The RX 7900 XTX ran at 104 FPS average, the same as when we tested it in December, so there's been no change, which gives the 5090 a lead in this rasterized benchmark of 74%. The 0.1% lows are about the same between these devices at the top end. That mostly comes down to specific game level frame pacing. We might look at that later in frame times in this video. Prior NVIDIA flagships include the RTX 3090 Ti at 88 FPS average, meaning the 5090 has doubled that performance. The frame time pacing was excellent on the 3090 Ti, as it closely followed the average.
These are 4K benchmarks.
The 3090 was more or less a flagship as well.
Arguably, you need 8K benchmarks this generation.
Non-Ti version.
And
the 6950 XT was also once a flagship.
Kind of,
closer to the RTX 3080.
There's a lot of tech reviewers and tech tubers that aren't worth covering at all. Like they don't have any sort of methodology that's like they're testing apples to oranges to pears and calling them the same thing, and you're like, I guess some people think that's the same thing. So
for performance here, the RTX 2080 Ti held a 54 FPS average, meaning that 5090 owners would see an increase of 237% over the 2080 Ti. At 1440p, the 5090 again continues the comically high frame rate by running at 317 FPS average. This has it about 17% ahead of the RTX 4090's 272 FPS
Hz monitor, sir.
The advantage has been trimmed
540
here, which
Hz
could be
monitor.
because of an encroaching CPU bottleneck or because of some differences in the architecture and the memory.
But the weird thing is they could verify this just simply by looking at Task Manager, right? And seeing whether or not one of the cores is basically maxed out. That's all it takes is looking at like the core max. That's it, just one core.
Bandwidth. 1080p
Assuming
will
the
help us
SMT and
answer that.
hyper-threading's
For games
up.
like this, you'd really need a
Or combine
high-end
100%
CPU and
utilization
ideally a
between
more
two-
intensive resolution to get full use
two,
of value out of 5090. Since we're bottlenecked, we'll
logical
move
cores,
on, but
assuming
quickly
they're part of the
stop
same
to look
physical
at
core.
1080p, just for fun. If you thought the previous frame rate was funny, cast your sights upon the 407 FPS
Getting there,
average
it's not high
at
enough.
1080p. Sorry, that's 407.1 FPS average. That was a close one. As we all know, 407 is below the threshold of acceptability for the modern gamer. Actually, humans can't see below 407 FPS average or at it. So the 0.1 is what makes it visible to human sight. That 0.1 FPS is critical, and it's what pushes it into playable territory. In maybe serious news, the 4090 is at 376 FPS average here. That means the 5090 is still about 8% ahead.
E580
This
is
test
at 120,
really is just
by
for
the way.
fun, though. It's a good reminder that limitations of even a 9800X 3D will simply restrict how much you can get out of a card.
Kind of weird how the
like a
0.1% are
5090
all
at
just
this
kind of
lower
shit.
resolution.
They're all
Black Myth
90
Component is relatively
90
new to our
FPS.
test suite and is tested using the built-in benchmark. We benchmarked it at 4K for this. Currently, we consider this test in our suite to be experimental, meaning our confidence in it is present, but lower than other tests as we evaluate its reliability. We've been moving toward removing its experimental status with each review. At 4K, and where we've only tested a handful of cards due to the intensive load, the 5090 ran at 86 FPS average with lows at 74 and 70. This has it 28% higher in average frame rate than the 67 FPS average of the RTX 4090. So far, we're seeing a few titles around this 30% number at 4K. Comically, the 1% lows, which for us is an average of the slowest 1% of frames, are higher than the average frame rate for any other card on this chart. In fact, the 5090's slowest 0.1% of frames are faster than the average frame rate of the RTX 4090.
tracing?
That's crazy. The 7900 XTX is 40.
Figure this out if they have a separate section for ray tracing. I think they're combining rasterization benchmarks and ray tracing benchmarks. They used to split them up. There's no way. Oh, no, they have a separate section for ray tracing. Okay, good.
9 FPS average gives the 5090 a 74% lead. That is
Almost lost
consistent with
faith
some of the other
in
tests.
Gamers Nexus, guys.
The 3090 Ti gives the 5090
But they're just
an 89%
normal. It's
lead.
turned on by
Improvement
default.
over
Why
the
would we use it?
2080 Ti is enough to feel
people turn it
irrelevant
off.
as a
'Cause
percentage, but it basically
drastically
takes it from
affects your FPS,
completely
guys.
unplayable to relatively fluid. At 1440p, Black Myth has the RTX 5090 at 130 FPS average, 23% improved over the RTX 4090's 106 FPS average. The low is also improved. The rapid rundown against other flagships is as follows. The 5090 has a 51% higher average frame rate than the 7900 XTX, 75% higher than the 3090 Ti FTW3 RIP EVGA, 99% higher than the RTX 3090 Master, and 189% higher than the RTX 2080 Ti former flagship. Black Myth Wukong is heavy enough that 1080p is still meaningful for spacing, even without ray tracing. The RTX 5090 ran at 160 FPS average with
fake
good frame
frames.
time pacing, establishing 127 FPS and 116 FPS lows. The 160 FPS result has it 20% ahead of the RTX 4090, diminishing the earlier lead, which was 28% at 4K, 23% at 1440p, and now 20%. This isn't just a CPU limit, as we also saw in Final Fantasy, but it speaks to some other advantages on the 5090, especially at higher resolutions, at 4K, where we see it pull away, kind of like the ARC cards. We think the memory bandwidth is potentially a large part of that additional scaling. The RX 7900 XTX ended up 113 FPS average for performance, with the 3090 Ti former flagship at 94 FPS and the 2080 Ti at 62. Starfield is up next. We haven't run that many cards for this at 4K, but we have a lot of 1440p data. We'll start with the more limited 4K dataset. At 4K, the 5090 held 108 FPS average with lows that were within expectations for this game. The 4090 ran 92 FPS average, giving the 5090 a lead of just 17%. That's lower than we've seen in some of the other tests. The lead over the 7900 XTX's 77 FPS average is 40%, with the lead over the 58.3 result for the 3090 Ti at 85%. The 3080 was down at 48 FPS average, with the 2080 Ti at 33 FPS average. AMD's 7900 XTX and 7900 XT are its highest end cards available for the company right now, but the 6950 XT was a good deal in the back half of its life. At 1440p, the RTX 5090 ran at 147 FPS average against the 132 of the 4090. This is down to a 12% uplift now. The 7900 XTX ran at 112 FPS average, a big improvement from its 4K result, as you'd expect, with the 4080 FE at 108 FPS average. The 4080 Super would be around 1 to 3% better.
I was interested in just looking for the B580. B580 is doing
There are many
shit.
reasons you'd play this game at 1080p with an RTX 5090, but just for sake of sort of researching it,
fluidity matters.
The 5090 ran at 165 FPS average here, with the 4090 at 155. Although technically better for the 5090, we're effectively at the limits of the test platform here.
1080p
Dragon's
monitor.
Dogma 2 is up next. This is another one that we added
games.
in 2024, and it's been heavy on GPUs and CPUs alike, depending on the test area. In this limited suite of cards, we have the RTX 5090.
Very curious to see how the
750
750 Hz monitor performs
the
this year.
RTX 4090 by
If
35%.
it was just a troll or if it's actually pretty good. And then MSI has a 640 Hz monitor, I believe.
1% lows and 0.1% lows also scaled
Probably
up,
doesn't matter
showing
that much.
frame time pacing wasn't at the expense of higher FPS. The RX 7900 XTX ran at 77 FPS average, with the 4080 FE at 72 FPS. Again, the 4080 Super would be at about 1 to 3% above that. The 2080 Ti from 2018 ran at 36 FPS average, and that's without RT. The improvement to the 5090 is 267%, which is enough that the number doesn't really feel like it means anything anymore. It brings it from not really playable to pretty good. And climbing the flagships, the 3090 Ti's 64 FPS average ends up giving the 5090 a 108% lead. At 1440p, the
2x.
RTX 5090 FE
Better
climbs
word.
in frame
Good
rate
times
to
performance
189
increase,
FPS
right?
average, with extremely well-paced frame time consistency shown in the high 0.1% and 1% low values. The 5090 ends up leading the 4090's 156 FPS average by 21% and the 7900 XTX by 50%. The lead against these cards has fallen from the 4K results. Although we're in territory where it's not meaningful for the experience, it helped us to understand the behavior by looking at 1080p. The frame rate still increases, so we weren't totally bound by the CPU. The 5090 hits 214 FPS average, leading the 4090 by 13%. What's interesting is that the 4090 is now the same frame rate that the 5090 had when the 5090 was at 1440p. Cyberpunk is up now. We're testing with the Phantom Liberty expansion in-game in the expansion area. The RTX 5090 ran at 95 FPS average with lows at an impressive 81 FPS 1% and 77 FPS 0.1%. These lows are excellent numbers and are similar to what we saw in Black Myth Wukong, where the 5090's lows are outperforming the 4090's average. The improvement in average FPS was large at 50%, moving from 64 FPS average on the 4090. This is the biggest gain we've come across so far.
The biggest
Cyberpunk
upgrade,
is very
2.1%,
particular, though,
isn't even
and
the
sensitive
GPU,
to
it's
areas of
the
game.
X3D
Checking with
CPUs,
Wendell,
by the way.
his level 1 tech team,
So they're using a
saw
9800
similarly
X3D.
huge uplift in this test and in this area. The
Would not
RTX
recommend
4090 had a
anyone
large
anything
32%
other than
lead over the
X3D
RTX
CPU
4080
at this point.
already. As for the
Putting
older
aside
cards,
Intel's kind of
the
blunder with the
5090 and
285.
3090 Ti are in entirely different classes. The 2080 Ti is down at 27 FPS average and struggling to run, although to its credit, its frame time pacing in relation to the average is actually excellent. It's just that the frame rate is low. At 1440p, the RTX 5090 ran at 181 FPS average, with lows at 126 and 108. The RTX 4090 held a 137 FPS average, with the advantage of the 5090 being reduced to a still respectable but lower 33%. The 7900 XTX ran at 120 FPS average here, which has remained a good result considering the price of the 7900 XTX as compared to its neighbors. Now, that story is different if you look at it with ray tracing, but we'll get to that later. The RTX 3090
But that's
Ti
also
ran at
why
91
it's in a
FPS
really
average here, with
ray tracing needs to be marketed by tubers as a really expensive button, because that is what it is. It's a really expensive button to make things a little bit shinier, and that's it. That's it, and everyone turns it off. It is the redheaded stepchild of basically video cards at this point. Actually, it's not even that. What do you even consider it? It's like fucking the fake Cinderella's trying to put on the slipper, but in fact, they're just bad. You don't want them, right? I mean, it's not even a good comparison. I don't know what a good comparison is. It's been marketed by NVIDIA so hard that even AMD drank the Kool-Aid and tried to chase after it 2 years later. And everyone thinks it matters, but it's the first thing everyone turns off. How do you even begin to separate the two? You turn off ray tracing all the time because it doesn't make things that much better, but everyone thinks they need it, and NVIDIA says you need it, and AMD even thinks they need it. You don't? I don't know. That's one big disconnect.
the 2080 Ti at 57. We were fully bound on the CPU at 1080p, so we'll skip that one. Dying Light 2 at 4K is another heavy load for these GPUs. The RTX 5090
I'll give you a heavy load.
scenario of the 1% and 0.1% loads,
I'm sorry.
which represent the slowest frames in our test
I had
pass,
to. It was there.
outperforming the average frame rate of the
Thanks,
4090. NVIDIA has
Another Steve,
managed
by
to
the way.
move the needle for at least the flagships, which we think is partly thanks to cache and memory configuration changes. The 5090 leads the 4090 by 38%. Another impressive jaunt, not distant from what we saw with Phantom Liberty. The 7900 XTX did okay in this test as compared to the 4080. Those two are at least closer in price than the rest of these, but otherwise the 5090 runs 74% higher average frame rate than the 7900 XTX. However, it also costs about 127% more depending on what price the XTX is when you look. For professional users, of course.
I mean, my
this is more
4090 went up
nuanced,
in
where the
value,
only
so
benefit isn't
buying video
accounted
cards is
for in
actually how
almost
you
any
make
gaming
money
scenarios.
nowadays, by the way.
That would be more in other applications. At 1440p, the 5090 holds a 216 FPS average against the 4090's 173. This has the 5090
Wonder how they're,
25% ahead of the
The more curious
4090,
bit is how they're
down
going to
from
actually
its
limit
38%
crypto mining
at
with these
4K.
cards.
We won't
Weirdly
burn
enough,
strong-
there's still some home miners that keep buying, like they bought 4000 series when you literally shouldn't after Ethereum shit the bed. Well, they basically went POS, proof of shit. After doing that, basically killed off home miners, and there's still people buying 4,000 like hopium cards where they think it's just going to make them money, and they haven't even ROI'd on them. They're eyeing up the 5,000 series, which now apparently has even heavier measures in place to stop crypto mining.
Chart time on it,
Yeah,
but
these are supposedly
1080p is
more
only
AI
about 15 FPS
associated, so that
higher.
means
part
they
of
probably
this
might do
reduction
better
in
in crypto
scaling
mining
is because we're starting
than
to
older
approach
cards,
the
but
CPU limit.
now they're
Resident
redheaded.
Evil
This
4
is
up
actually a
next,
redheaded
first
stepchild. It's something
rasterized
tech
at
tubers don't
4K.
cover at all for
The
whatever
5090
reason. I
landed
guess
at
because gamers hate
207
it.
FPS average here, with lows running higher as a result of consistent frame pacing.
Whatever reason.
The end result is a lead over the 151 FPS average of the 4090 by 37%. A lead over the 7900
money,
XTX
monopoly
of
money, guys. Don't worry about
64%,
Bitcoin hitting
and a
100,000.
lead over the
It's fake.
4080 of 101%.
It's fake money.
Against the prior flagships, the 3090 Ti landed at 89 FPS average, giving the 5090 an uplift of 133%. At 1440p, the 5090
Never
continued
understood the
scaling and
aversion
hit
of
almost
tech
350
tubers
FPS
with
average,
or
lows
tech
at
report
actually
tech
ludicrous
reviewers
levels,
with
281
crypto money.
FPS for 1%. This puts the 5090's average frame rate 25% ahead of the 4090's average frame rate. So we're seeing a reduction from the 37% that we saw at 4K. This is consistent with what we've observed elsewhere. The 7900 XTX held on at 232 FPS average here, followed by cards like the 3090 Ti at 162 and the 2080 Ti at 92 FPS average. At 1080p, we see there's still scaling all the way up to almost 400 FPS average, which is kind of crazy. This has reset our expectations of where the CPU ceiling is, at least for this game, and if anything, it just sort of shows how
CPU bottlenecks can change per generation of GPUs because of how the architecture utilizes the CPU will be differently, and it can run into different CPU bottlenecks at different times. So, yeah, I mean, you can't really just... It's like comparing CUDA cores between generations of GPUs.
how good the 9800 X3D is for keeping up so well. The gap between the 5090 and 4090 is around 9% here, so we're actually hitting external.
There is, $800 video card right there, and this is a $2,000 video card. You lose 70 FPS.
Limits. And now we're moving to ray tracing benchmarking. This contains games like Black Myth and Cyberpunk, which tend to favor NVIDIA, and games like Resident Evil, Dying Light, and also Dragon's Dogma, which give some variety. Black Myth is first. This is
the shiny button you pay a lot of money for, guys. And once again, it's not even comparable like of what the video card itself is completely capable. It's basically testing the ray tracing engine of the video card, which isn't even linearly comparable to rasterization benchmarks, where you're going to see an XTX do really, really poorly down here, right? Comparably, because it's AMD and they're like 2 years behind NVIDIA, and arguably going to end up even further behind because they canceled their higher-end products.
This particular title is considered,
but they already did that before with the 480 and the 580, and then they came back
just
from it.
so heavily in one direction that we want to slowly accumulate.
They already
results
skipped
to explore
generations
further,
in the
but it
past
does
when they
seem
didn't have a
consistent with
viable
what's online.
candidate.
The 5090 ran at 88 FPS.
And to be fair, the 79, as we mentioned with Gamers Next or with Hardware Unboxed, the 7900 XTX and XT were 100% the winner of the last generation when they launched. And all tech tubers and tech reviewers did was give them shit because it wasn't a good enough value because they overvalued the button. They overvalued the button, the shiny keys, and that's... NVIDIA got them to drink the Kool-Aid, and they're supposed to be objective about it, right?
4K,
They didn't.
Note the settings and the title here. This outperforms the RTX 4090's 65 FPS average result by 36%. It's a big jump. This is with upscaling, so it's not like for like with the 4K raster results. AMD's 7900 XTX ran at 20 FPS in this title, which is why we say it's NVIDIA favored. The 3090 Ti ran at 34 FPS average here. Skipping 1440p and going to 1080p with FSR to get more cards on the chart, here's where we land. The 5090 is at 158 FPS average here, leading the 4090's 120 FPS average result by 31%. Against the 3090 Ti, the 5090 leads by 103%. And against the 2080 Ti's 49 FPS average, it's about a tripling. The 4070 outperforms the 3090 Ti in this test when using
The
FSR,
first generation
with the entire
2000
top
series
half
with
of the
ray
cards
tracing is
outperforming
borderline
the
unusable,
7900
by the way.
XTX. This test, again, is heavily favored for NVIDIA with the heavy ray tracing use. Dragon's Dogma 2 is up next. Again, we haven't done a ton of 4K ray tracing tests here because it's such a heavy workload normally, but the 5090 can handle it. The 5090 ran at 113 FPS average with lows at 97 and 94. The 4090 landed at around 85 FPS average, giving the 5090 an uplift of 33%. The RX 7900 XTX does better in this game compared to Black Myth, instead outperforming the RTX 4080 and 3090 Ti, the latter of which is at 55 FPS average. At 1440p, the 5090 jumped to 165 FPS average, and the 4090 held 136 FPS average.
I think we're just going to
keeping
skip
about a
past
30 FPS gap between them,
this.
or an improvement generationally of 22%.
Go
The
to
uplift
then.
has
So no
fallen
DLSS
as
benchmarks in here
efficiency
either.
as they were. All right, so wrapping this up, first of all, we need to get into NVIDIA's marketing because unfortunately, NVIDIA has once again stepped on every single rake that's been left on the floor of a hardware store on its way to selling its product that might otherwise be completely fine. This image shows the RTX 5090 as being 2 times faster than the RTX 4090 regularly, but as you all know from the review you just watched, that's not true. This chart doesn't have a big title that says different DLSS versions where we needlessly compare apples to oranges even though we have perfectly good apples to compare against each other and nothing to be shy of if we tested it properly. It says performance. NVIDIA technically lists the DLSS version in the bottom, but most people don't know what that means. NVIDIA's own line of gray text that blends into the background of the page at nearly the same color states the test configuration. This states that frame gen was used on the 40 series and that 4x multi-frame gen was used on the 50 series, which isn't like for like. NVIDIA is generating more artificial frames per real frame on the 5090 than the 4090, but they just list performance at the top of this chart and say it's 2x. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang went on stage for the announcement of all this and said that the 5070 will bring 4090 performance to everybody for $550, which seems extremely questionable.
Wish me luck.
The decision to market any of it this way, it comes across as insecure and like NVIDIA is sensitive to the value that they're providing or like the uplift.
I mean, they are.
As if to say the 5090, it's not good enough on its own. We need to put makeup on this chart to just make it feel like it is closer to what people want. It really comes across as just strange from NVIDIA. But anyway, enough of the marketing bullshit. The recap is this. First up, users of VRAM intensive
Ah, look at that cardboard box you got with your $2,000 video card, guys. Isn't that beautiful?
Not sure if we'll run it, but maybe in the future. For gaming, anyone who isn't
that's
playing on 4K
such a
or
good
higher
that's such a good move,
won't get as
NVIDIA.
much relative gain
Took
out of the
courage
start. Generally, we saw
to
27
save
to 35%
pennies.
uplift in 4K gaming
Save
over the
dimes.
4090. In one instance, we saw 50%. In one RTN instance, we saw 44%. Most of the time, it's about 30% better at 4K.
Yep.
1440p, we saw that drop.
I think people value the box almost as much as the card, to be perfectly honest.
The card is one of the most power-hungry idle power consumers we've ever tested, and it's the most power-hungry card we've tested, period. The thing we're worried about is that NVIDIA has elected to push this much power through 12-volt high power. So there's some slot draw, but most of it is still going through that cable, the 12.
Honestly, to be perfectly honest, I think I'd rather still just have 8-pin power connectors or 6-pin power connectors. 8-pin, 6+2. Yeah, they got rid of it to make it seem like they were being cool and making things more compact, but in actuality, they just introduced a lot more problems. There's 100%. They said that they fixed the melting problems. There's going to 100% be melting problems.
Spec is a dumpster
even more
fire.
power.
Same for 12 high power. We have
They
a whole
slightly
video on it.
changed
You
the
check out
spec
if you
for
want
it,
more.
but it's
efficiency is about the same between
make
the
sure people have the
4090
video
and
cards plugged in
5090.
properly.
Thermal design is excellent. The FE card impressed us in big ways, and NVIDIA managed to make this 2 slots and still in the 70s while not being ridiculously loud. It genuinely is an impressive cooler. They deserve every bit of credit for that. And that Malcolm interview, if you haven't watched it, You really should now, because now we have the thermal data to back up what he's saying. So that was nice to see. As far as the value, we'll be able to more easily talk about that next week when we can review the 5080. For now, NVIDIA's launching the 5090
Yeah,
first.
it's basically going to be half the performance, by the way. At least half the
We don't want to make
it'll be kind of up in there
with
with ray tracing performance is going to be half the rasterization performance guaranteed, based on the number of CUDA cores it is. Because once again, you can always compare CUDA cores intergenerationally, so 5000 series compared to itself. Exception being is occasionally you'll end up in a weird territory with textures because of the memory, the bandwidth required for it. So memory bandwidth can adjust things slightly, but generally it's almost linear performance.
Comparison anyway. So we're going to hold off on that until the 5080 launches in a week, and we'll have that review with that information for you as soon as it does. That's kind of the recap.
So half the value. Essentially, a 5080 is going to be the equivalent of a 4080. It's probably where it's going to end up falling, by the way. Because this is, I haven't heard anyone mention this, but this is the biggest generational increase, intergenerational increase out of any NVIDIA card. It's like comparing the Halo product to the next closest one up. So you have your Titan, your 4090, the top of the line product with the next closest rung, so 4090 to 4080. Like the difference between them was like 35%, right? This is the biggest generational difference between cards, which is 50%. So they really, really want you to step up to the 5090 and spend $2,000 to do it, which is insane.
No, we'd like to hear from you if you want to either sell it to us or I guess loan it to us, because we'd like to look at some more where, just because of how interesting this FE model is at 2 slots, I'm trying to get in some partner models of various sizes so we can just see, like, okay, so if it's a 4 slot but it's on paste, does that pull it to basically the same spot? Meaning, is that the key to success here? And there's testing we can do on this card to look at the two, and we'll have that for you. But if you're buying a 5090 and you want to sell it to us or loan it to us, you can email tips, T-I-P-S, @gamersnexus.net as soon as you've got some kind of confirmation you have one. We may not reply to everyone, but you can do that, and hopefully we'll see it. So thanks for watching. That's it for this review. There's a lot here to look at. Personally, I'm really excited about the thermal solution. For me, that's always the most fun part of this. Power is interesting too.
One thing of note here is they test it in an open benchmark scenario. So you're talking about an open test bench, right? Almost all tech tubers do that, because not only does it look cool, it makes it easy for accessibility. However, you need to test it in a computer case, because otherwise it's not a real representation of a real test scenario. And the first benchmark I've seen so far of, well, one that I've seen on Twitter of them testing in a Silverstone case, is it ends up around thermal throttling, which is around 90 Celsius. So I think it's a little bit too soon to write home about what a good cooler it is, because there's just simply not enough surface area to dissipate heat, and for that heat to disappear in your case. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more to talk about. So check back regularly over the next 7 days for that. Subscribe for more, and we'll see you all next time.
Bye, Steve. Bye. Or idle efficiency. I think this is all on an open air test bench, which really should just strike you as weird to begin with, right? Not working. Looking at Linus Tech Tips. Multiple new executive orders. Yeah, he did quite a bit of stuff right away when he got in office. 5090 or just a 4090 Ti. Yep. Let's see. I think we got pretty much everything. I wanted to look at DLSS 4 performance benchmarks. And it looks like both Hardware Unbox as well as Gamers Nexus are reserving it for future videos. DLSS 4, Kick Guru. There's the Grail. Oh my god, should we watch her because she's a Grail? Should. Oh, you guys can't see it. Oh my god, Grail Tuber. Foundry's usually pretty good. Linus gets insane views, even though basically he doesn't do very good tech tubing. He's techtainment, as I call him. He's techtainment. Kit Guru is pretty good, although smaller. Test it? What is this?
Performance. Moving on though, it is now finally time to talk about DLSS 4, and there is a lot to cover given just how many announcements NVIDIA made about this technology back at CES. Before we come on to multi-frame generation though, there is actually one piece of news I want to cover first, and that is actually the move to a new transformer model for DLSS super resolution and ray reconstruction.
This is basically what they've been marketing for this generation, so I actually want to take a look at it.
As far as it can go in terms of image quality, so switching to the new, more complex transformer model instead of the older convolutional neural network or CNN model uses, in NVIDIA's words, 2 times more parameters and 4 times more compute to provide greater stability, reduced ghosting, higher details, and enhanced anti-aliasing in games. The good news here is that this actually applies to all RTX GPUs. That's right, the transformer model is compatible with cards all the way back to the RTX 20 series, and it works with both super resolution and ray reconstruction. For the visual comparisons then, I'm starting off in Cyberpunk 2077 at 4K with super resolution set to performance mode with ray reconstruction turned on, so we are directly comparing the two models head to head. In my view, the transformer model definitely increases visual fidelity across a range of comparisons. We can see reduced animation ghosting, for instance, in this example here, while overall level of detail does look that bit sharper. I also tried it in Alan Wake 2 and it helped remove some of that oil painting style look from ray reconstruction too. Granted, in some scenes there's not always a huge difference, but I'd say this is definitely a welcome upgrade, especially because it runs on all RTX GPUs. It is worth making clear, however, that there is a slight performance cost compared to the CNN model. In Cyberpunk 2077, ultra settings, path tracing on, 4K with super resolution performance and ray reconstruction enabled, I saw a 4 FPS reduction using the transformer model on the RTX 5090. However, the cost is actually greater on older GPUs, with the RTX 3090, for instance, dropping from 35 FPS to 29 FPS in the same exact scene. Or putting it another way, the cost for a 5090 to use the transformer model is just 4% frame rate, whereas for a 3090 it increases to a 17% cost over the CNN model. That may mean it isn't always viable for those on older GPUs, but I still think it's great to see this improvement being made for all RTX owners. Multi-frame generation, or MFG, is what's new and currently exclusive to the RTX 50 series, however.
But it doesn't need to be, by the way.
FrameGen debuted with the 40 series, and it uses AI to insert one generated frame between each traditionally rendered frame, boosting your frame rate. Now, NVIDIA has not only overhauled the FrameGen model itself,
which is weird because DLSS 4 isn't limited to improving your performance by 2x, right? With FrameGen. Maybe it was. It didn't seem that way. And sometimes it's not even a 2x improvement.
It can actually generate up to 3 frames for every traditional rendered frame. First thing we need to point out though is that it's actually very hard to accurately capture this for video. After all, with an extra 3 frames being generated, the frame rates do go very high, and we're only doing a 60 FPS video here. To get around that as best I can, I've done all B-rail capture with VSync enabled at 120 Hz, and then we can slow the footage down by 50% so you see each frame. For all performance testing, I of course had VSync off so you're getting the pure raw performance, but this is the best way we can show you the visual quality. As we know then, an AI generated frame isn't always a perfect match for one that's been cranked out on the CUDA cores, and there are still visual issues if you know what you're looking for. The UI, for instance, can still be problematic, especially...
Once again, this reminds me, remember what we were talking about before, a good case in point of fake frames being fake frames is if you use SVP or some sort of interpolation for watching actual videos, you'll be able to see artifacts, and that's in a non-interactive scenario, right? You're just watching something on your TV, watching something on your computer, and you'll be able to see the differences in a non-interactive scenario. In an interactive scenario, it gets even jankier, and something that generally not really interested in keeping up with, right? So Yeah, that's why I won't touch fake frames. It just makes things then having to deal with your monitor being part of the problem too, and trying to pick out which is actually broken. Yeah.
Especially when moving over different game world objects with some fizzling and distortion on show. I also noticed some fizzling around the rear of my car when driving at speed in Cyberpunk, and translucent objects or things intersecting with transparencies can also cause visual difficulties, such as with this hologram tree near Cherry Blossom Market, which was shimmering quite noticeably. That being said though, if you're properly playing the game and not focusing on pulling out the visual issues, I do think the quality is generally pretty good. I'd say the increase to visual smoothness is well worth the occasional hiccup too, though everyone will of course have their own preference when it comes to the visual quality. In terms of the frame rate,
we've talked about before, like there is in games where you're trading fidelity for, once again, there's two different ways of gaming. One's fidelity, which is just cranking everything up, and the other one is performance, right? Performance-based gaming, so for esports shooters and such. It is one of the biggest things that matters, like in esports shooters, isn't just frame rate, but your frame rate also makes it so it's easier to pick out stuff in a highly fluid situation. And introducing noise into the fluid, you could actually make an algorithm for it or something like that, like they do with benchmarking encoders. Picking out all like the information in the middle of the noise is very important, because that's the cue that you get in your mind to actually do something, right? It actually matters a lot.
Numbers though, I'm going to put those up on screen now. Here I first tested with MFG disabled using DLLA, then I used MFG disabled but with super resolution performance, and then I tested MFG 2x, MFG 3x, and then MFG 4x, all using super resolution performance as well. It's worth stressing here that the idea isn't always to whack on MFG 4x for the highest frame rate. Rather, the options for 2x, 3x or 4x are more designed to give you options to get as close to your monitor's maximum refresh rate as possible. After all, with FrameGen and the added latency, which we will get to shortly, there's no longer a benefit to exceeding your monitor's max refresh rate, so if you have a 144Hz display, it's likely that MFG 2x is all you need. For those using 4K 240Hz screens, however, MFG could well be required to hit that refresh rate target. Speaking of latency, however, this is a key area of discussion, given that FrameGen actually diverges from what we traditionally expect when we get a frame rate increase. That's because, despite the frame rate going up, latency does not go down. It actually increases, given how the algorithm has to buffer one traditionally rendered frame in order to squeeze the AI-generated frames in between. To show how latency scales in a complete apples-to-apples test, I used DLAA instead of super resolution, first with MFG off, and then with the 2x, 3x, and 4x modes. You can see that when used without super resolution, latency is
ships crossing the night, guys.
Up,
like the bigger the difference is between your base frame rate and between your CPU generated frame rate and your GPU generated frame rate, the bigger this difference is, arguably the more it's supposed to help, like 26 to 104. But not only is it introduce more latency, this is kind of the opposite of what it's supposed to do. Not only does it introduce more latency, it introduces more artifacting. The bigger this distance gets, the more artifacts are going to be introduced into it.
Despite the frame rate increasing. This is a clear paradigm shift then compared to what we'd previously expect, as usually if your frame rate goes up, the latency comes down. We can see a clear example of this when looking at super resolution scaling in this chart. The lower the internal resolution, the higher the frame rate, the lower the latency. That's why Nvidia claims that DLSS 4 will improve latency versus native performance, because super resolution will drop it significantly to the point where even if you add FrameGen in the mix, the latency is lower than what you see at native resolution. In a nutshell then, while MFG 4x does give you the visual fluidity of 240 frames per second, it does not improve the latency to match, so you are left with a similar, if not slightly worse, feel than if the technology wasn't enabled to begin with. Just to show another example of MFG in action, I also tried out Alan Wake 2. Now, as mentioned earlier in the review, I have been having frame time issues with the 5090, but this game does still show the raw average FPS increases that can be had with DLSS 4. Once more though, latency is increased with the technology enabled. We see 51 milliseconds of PC latency when using MFG 4x alongside Super Resolution Performance mode, compared to 38 milliseconds when just using Super Resolution Performance. Again, that means there is a disconnect between the visual fluidity and the input, and how sensitive you are to this can vary from person to person. The thing I would say there though is performance mode. Once more though, latency is increased with the technology enabled. We see 51 milliseconds of PC latency when using MFG4X alongside Super Resolution Performance mode, compared to 38 milliseconds when just using Super Resolution Performance.
That'd be a really
that
weird
means
thing.
There is a disconnect between the visual fluidity and the input, and how sensitive you are to this.
Wonder if that actually just makes things worse, because normally you're used to frame rate increasing and it increasing. That'd be a weird juxtaposition where you're actually going the opposite direction, where you're going into a higher frame rate, but then at the same time the game feels jankier because you're latency. Like, input latency is very difficult to suss out in how it feels and how it presents itself in video games. Sometimes because it feels better or worse, and even if it's worse, or even if it's worse, sometimes it'll feel better because it's very. You don't have a lot of metrics for monitoring it. It's not even with a monitor with reflex on it. It's not really always easy to complete. Not just easy to monitor itself, but also it just it's a pain in the ass to do, right? There isn't an easy way of doing it, and it's just kind of one of those snake oil things. One of the reasons I run Afterburner all the time is because I got tired of, does this feel faster or is it actually faster, right?
Games are a lot more challenging when enabling frame generation, as it kind of feels like you want that raw, faster input, whereas third-person games, I personally find it a lot more manageable, but again, this is all entirely subjective. Moving on though to Hogwarts Legacy, this is a slightly different example, and it's actually very interesting because it gives us an insight into what MFG can do in CPU-bound games, and that certainly applies to the area of Hogsmeade that I was testing in. As we can see here, there is absolutely zero performance gain to be had when moving from DLAA to DLSS Super Resolution Performance on the RTX 5090, simply because we are so CPU bottlenecked even at 4K. It's only when enabling MFG that the frame rates increase. First,
once again, it feels not
FPS with MFG 2X up to 229 FPS with MFG 4X. It's also interesting that as the 5090 is so CPU bottlenecked, the PC latency is only increasing by smaller amounts too, though it is still going up rather than going down as we typically expect from a frame rate increase. The snag is, of course, that the frame pacing in Hogwarts Legacy has always been terrible. You've probably already noticed the stuttering in the video, and M has always...
Guys, so if we can look at this right here and already notice, this is on YouTube, that there's just weird shit going on in the video. Where the fuck is the playback rate? Derp derp derp. There it is. Custom 1X. I don't know why that is.
The snag is, of course...
Watch the video up here. If you can already see this on YouTube in 1080p, it's going to be even worse locally, right? And once again, the bigger the difference is between your base and your basically frame gen and your GPU frame gen and your base CPU generation rate, the bigger the difference is, the more artifacting you're going to have, because the difference, it can only make up so much shit, right? Watch the building here. You see how there's like fucking I don't know if this is intentional. I don't think it is. Like little squares popping on the building. You see that? Maybe this is intentional. Maybe this is actually a scene, like those fireworks or something? That right there. I think so. I think there's weird shit with frame gen going on there. It doesn't look like there's anything there that should be doing that.
We're comparing Super Resolution Performance mode without MFG to the
Big
same
frames,
upscaling
guys.
but with MFG 2X enabled. Yes, the overall frame times are lower as the frame rate has increased, but the consistency is still very poor and there's a number of large spikes. That's not MFG's problem, however, that is just central to the game and how it renders. Hopefully it'll get fixed one day, but it does go to show if a game is having frame time issues, MFG is not going to fix that. As the final area to touch on then, I am going to include some comparisons to the RTX 4090, which of course only supports frame generation rather than multi-frame generation, so you can have the insertion of one AI generated frame rather than up to 3, as with the 5090. As such, that means you can get significantly higher frame rates with the 5090, and of course that is how Nvidia devised its 2x faster marketing.
It almost feels like frame gen is almost unrelated to the processing power. So remember we talked about there being 3 bottlenecks. You have CPU, GPU, and ray tracing engine. There might be a 4th bottleneck now, which is your frame generation engine. So I don't know if they're separate parts of the CPU, of the GPU, but my guess is frame gen actually is not actually a normal resource on the GPU, which is why you get the absurdly high frame rates here, it's like your TV. Your TV isn't capable of like rendering each scene, right? It has an algorithm and an ASIC in it, so a specialized little processor in it that actually just kind of interpolates the image that it sees. It's not actually re-rendering the video card like 3 times, right? It's not actually what it's doing. It's actually using something to interpolate between the frame after the fact. So it's not even, it doesn't even seem like it might even be utilizing the GPU. And you might even see that there isn't actually a linear increase in, for instance, GPU utilization, or, well, for the normal utilization, GPU utilization, or power usage too. Like, this is, even though this almost 2x performance increase here, right? You're not actually going to see that in terms of usage of the GPU itself or of power usage, because actually it's just the ASIC that's on the chip, or part of it, either on the chip itself or another chip on it, that's actually doing this. It's actually just like your TV doing it. It's not actually, might not even have anything to do with the rendering itself, which is kind of crazy. More to the reason of why it's fake frames.
That generated all that discussion earlier in the month. I'm presenting this data with otherwise no comments. If the idea of generating more frames is valuable to you, then great. The 5090 can often double the frame rate of a 4090 with MFG 4X. If not, we can move on.
If you're looking for a new chair, then definitely go and check out Boolies.co.uk.
Not really. If you're looking for a new chair, guys, get a 24/7 high-intensity views chair. They actually sell them. They're used in 911 call centers and operating centers, basically any place where people spend a significant amount of time sitting down. And what you'll notice is they don't look like bucket seats out of a car. They look like normal chairs with an absolute boatload of padding on them. The reason for that is because they actually spend this boatload of time. There's actually people that spend a boatload of time sitting down, so they need chairs that actually are comfortable, right? And they're not gaming chairs. But good for them. Good for their sponsor.
They offer a whole host.
I had a video on that over a decade ago.
Come in a variety of different finishes and different.
Let's see. So I want to take a look at DLSS 4. He basically covered it pretty good. It looks like the latency doesn't really increase that much compared to the frame rates, but it actually looks like they might be using a separate ASIC in it. All right. Let's see. Line test. Oh, yeah. I think we're good. We basically covered all the bases on the 5090, including value proposition, Gamers Access hardware unbox, and then DLSS 4 here too, which I don't think we're going to look at a separate. We might take a look at it later on, but probably not. I just wanted to take a look and see if there's anything super amazing in it, and my guess is it's just it's like what your TV does. It's what it's coming down to. It's nothing to do with it rendering the game faster. It's just doing what your TV does. So, a more advanced version of that. But yeah, okay. Let's see, guys. I think we're gonna move on here, guys. We're gonna play some games, play some Rivals tonight, probably play some comp. I'm going to take my contacts out. And I think we're good to go. All right. You're back, guys. Alrighty, guys. Let's see. Okay. Yes. Fun to cover the 4090. Did that, guys. Done and done. Right. Let's see. Doop doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Maybe we'll play some Storm and quick play here. I played her a couple times in comp, and I don't think we aren't up to snuff on that. I was dying constantly. Well, I should say I wasn't doing anything constructive. Even though we played her a decent chunk already after the buff. It's a balmy -10 outside right now, guys. Isn't that great? Ran into some really fucking weird matches toward the end of yesterday. Yeah. Really weird shit. Basically a bunch of cheaters going on. Otherwise, other than that, up till that point, we're doing pretty good, weren't we? Yep. And then start getting really fucking weird. One and 8. Yeah. Ended up some really weird games here, guys. Isn't that weird, huh? A 20 elim difference between the two teams, in which basically your team has won, and I ended up happening to be 3 times. Isn't that weird? When normally our games have around 20, 30 elims in them. Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking weird, guys? It kind of feels that way. Even in games where we're winning, the difference isn't that big. Isn't that fucking weird? That looks really weird, doesn't it? That looks really weird. If I didn't know better, I'd feel as though this is kind of weird and rigged in some weird way. You know, just saying just weird shit going on, right? How many times can I say weird? It's weird.
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Ah, good.
Somewhere in the world is a little girl like I once was. I fight for her.
Mine enemies tremble.
Greetings.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Well,
I even have my G key set up too.
Mutant goddess of Krakoa. It's been a
My
while.
dick.
The ascension to godhood can be achieved by worship and belief.
1% voice line.
I'm an Asgardian, dear. I was born a god.
The battle starts in 5,
Mr.
4,
1%.
Yep.
3, 2,
Yep.
1.
Good.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So there are two dudes, huh? Sounds like overpopulation.
Be strong.
Battlefield.
They've spotted us. Chain lightning.
Now's the time to hit.
A tiny boost.
Someone scratch my back. Oh, I'm fine. They're my needs. I'm extra lethal.
You're in my storm.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Jesus Christ.
God tempest. You're in my storm.
Now's the time to hit.
Double KO! Control C!
Bring on the chaos.
That's 3! Do some damage. I am ready to put on a show!
Want to use it right now?
Who can heal me?
Try and kill me.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Focus on the objective. Happy to help. I see I have made an impact.
Get fucked up.
I bring thunder.
Oh, alright.
Mine enemies tremble.
Double KO!
Go with the wind. A tiny boost. God tempest. Be strong.
We captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going!
I am Asgard's might.
I require healing. God tempest. Feel the wrath of the goddess. Have a tailwind.
How close to the ground it ends up? I think we're safe up here. Yeah, we're safe up here.
Control lost!
Oh. Rift healers.
Now the thunder is. Feel the thunder.
Once again, you should have the UE on your screen at all times so you can see what mode you're in, and you don't. The little thing in the center goes away when there's 0 people near you. It shouldn't.
I just got more dangerous.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Faster, my friends.
Time to meet them. Don't mess with the amazing Born again.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
I am ready to put on a show!
You learned, huh? They know, guys. Teammates, where the fuck are you going? What the fuck is that? The hell just ran away from one Spider-Man. You gotta be shitting me. Why?
not make the same mistakes again.
Hey team, enjoy the amplifier. Leave them to Khonshu.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I don't actually have a C anymore, do I?
Who can hear me? Faster, my friends.
The area is almost yours.
Like a race car.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Render me
Ride the winds!
We're fine up here. Close.
Feel the thunder!
No.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You definitely need heals with Storm, and if you're too low MMR, you don't get healed up. We got pretty good heals at the beginning.
Let's end this quick!
Whoa, we need some backup here. More bad guys.
Control lost.
Oh, we had to go on point. Good. Not that it would matter. We would have touched point and died. Maybe not even touched point and died.
I have been a street urchin and regent of the solar system, but I am always Aurora.
Aurora? Who the fuck's Aurora?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Huh, we lost a tank too. A tank.
I have to say, I'm inspired to fight with you.
It's pretty remarkable if you can die with 3 healers though.
your line.
When one's not paying
Good.
attention to you.
Remember that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? We won't run away anymore.
Be strong. They spotted us. Feel the wrath of the
I am ready to put
Another ult.
faster, my friends.
The mission area
Nope.
is yours.
So we have 3 healers, guys, and we're still getting focused down. I need to hit more X's.
You can't strike. Speed is everything.
Team player, that's me.
Feel the thunder.
Someone stretch my back.
Energy is good.
Mission area.
Happy to help.
Oh,
Bring on
Faster,
the
my
chaos. Leave them to Khonshu.
Blew them away.
Born again.
I require healing.
all right.
Have a tailwind.
It feels like the spirit
Freshly
just
energized.
We have 3 healers, and I have to go for med kits.
Thunderbolt.
Hey team, enjoy the amplifier.
I lift up my
And we're still getting focused down while surrounded by healers. Yeah.
You can't speak.
Well, luckily this is quick play, but, you know. You got better heals prior than their tank switching off and having a 3rd healer.
your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Literally surrounded by, like, everyone on the enemy team is trying to kill me, guys, and no one on our team is trying to heal me, which is insane. And I'm dying right next to our healers. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Unfucking real. And get another defense ult like that. Now let's run away. Same shit. Their storm's chasing me around for some reason. No idea what. Their storm basically just solo ulted me.
Bad guys. Enemy in front of us.
I wonder what our healers were like. I bet our healers were equivalent of 1.5 of theirs. So essentially they had 2 times as many healers as us. That's pretty crazy how I could die so many times, guys, with 3 healers being surrounded by them, with them getting no heals while it's happening. What the fuck is that? I legit got like one... Well, we got a couple kills there at the end, but legit had multiple cases where I just didn't kill anything. I was getting just immediately killed. Like, holy fuck. I want to see heals. I really do. No, it's like we had an extra healer that didn't do shit. I believe it was a tank at one point. Yeah, so... 2 of our healers were or 3 of our healers were the equivalent of 2 of their healers, excuse me. And then they had a tank. That's pretty ridiculous. But next game. Once again, when you get down low enough on MMR, they really need to fix SBMM in this game so quick play is enjoyable, or more enjoyable. When you go down far enough in MMR, you run into a case where people just don't heal you properly, or at all.
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command. Mutant or human, I fight for everyone. I am shielded. Excellent.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ah, Thor. Are you here to compare lightning?
Comparing dick sizes? Oh my. Oh, I need to go live on Twitter too.
Let
TikTok.
us see what our enemies think.
Twitter. Maybe someday on Twitter.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah.
Gathering across realms it brought.
Back to the depths, vile. A time to discover.
And instantly dead. I got headshot by the Namor. Yeah, something headshot me.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Vortex field.
Ooh, no webs needed. I bring thunder. Chain lightning.
Capture the mission area.
Around the corner. Good. And that's some desync with Latency?
Let's end this quick.
You don't have to fight alone. Hostile ahead.
God Tempest!
Now I am more dangerous.
These beasts have come to defend their king. No pleasure in that, but it has to be done. Name more subjects no longer pose a threat. God Tempest! I will always lend a hand. Who can heal me?
Their team's
Sure.
hero across the highway.
The sky fell on them. I require healing.
This is real firepower!
Strike lightning.
Our adversaries gather.
I lift up chain lightning.
A little extra oomph. Now I am more dangerous.
Years, you still find ways to impress me, Susan. Rocket's beacon has been...
I require healing. You're in my skull. Heavenly fury. Any healing is good healing.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
No Aganis! No Aganis!
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Back to the depths, vile creature.
No. No. No, we didn't make it in.
Judge!
Disappear!
I think, I don't know exactly still when to storm, or where to go with Storm's ult, and it actually feels like you just pick first. If you take time to get the best value out of it, you actually lose value on it. It's like a... like a reverse scenario.
Heavenly fury. I bring thunder.
Look out, bad guy!
I require healing.
They look like they mean business. Who will help? They've almost got it!
Problem solved!
Happy to help.
They are coming from the Chin up. They're winning. They still got a chance.
You get away with it. You get away with it. You get away.
You must pay.
I will always.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Double KO.
Yep. I'm getting more support this game, even though we had 3 healers last game. Every hit.
The wind will only blow.
13 limbs, though.
Mutants must protect.
Maybe we should try playing her more in ranked as opposed to Psylocke. Second, guys.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that. Had some stuff pop up and to talk to some people in real life, so good to go. I guess I wasn't really. Unfortunately, I had to bail on that match. Do some warm up. I think we'll play her in maybe comp. Just like Iron Man, if you don't have support and you get focused, you just explode. So. As it goes.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Water, guys.
Somewhere in the world is a little girl like I once was. I fight for
Oh my god, guys, it's a little Jeff. Do you see the little Jeff? Oh my god, it's a Jeffy, guys. You see the Jeff? He's a little Jeff. I want to pet the Jeff.
Get ready.
What?
Hold on. You came back from the future to fight with us?
More like the future came back and brought me with it.
Okay, whatever that means. But you are going to fight with us.
And there's Spider-Mans.
As long as I can.
This is going to hurt.
Greetings.
The battle starts in 5.
Ah, I know what's gonna be there, guys.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
You gotta be shitting me. Like literally pointed out that there's mines there, and then they all just ran into them.
Storm clouds gather.
Crazy.
Ride the winds.
It's got a lock on them.
A tiny boost.
These spiders are cute.
I will always lend a hand.
Do some damage.
A lot of people dying in the back right now.
Feel the thunder. Let's end this quick.
Far out of range to actually hit them with my right clicks.
I see them. Any healing is good healing. Thunderstrike! Spider nest is clear.
I've always been a heavy hitter. A little help, please. Disappear!
I will always lend a hand.
Well, let's go get ourselves a defensive ult.
That's 3.
I lift up my comrades.
A little extra oomph.
Such newfound power.
Enemy in front of us.
Don't drown in the darkness.
Alright.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Strike deep.
A double KO.
I will not ride the winds. Let's end this quick.
Onward to my I got you covered.
Guide this vehicle to its destination. Here is an enemy to pursue. I have many.
Convene here with me.
You're halfway there. Keep going. These little robots may be a problem. Anyone going to hide in
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Good.
Now the thunder is coming.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Disappear!
Feel the wrath of the goddess! The sky fell on them. Ride the winds!
We better test this out. Please, a little help, please.
Good.
Time is up.
Storm is rising again.
My friends are here!
Ride the winds!
Think you need a new mouse pad, guys. Getting there.
Newfound power.
Enemy in front of us! I will always lend a hand.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Fuck.
Any healing is good.
I've always been a heavy hitter.
Wakanda is counting on us.
Anyone willing to help?
Destroy the spider nest.
It's Spider time! I'm gonna get
Your powers are mine! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh my god.
Speed is everything.
More powerful yet.
I lift up my comrades. You're thunderstruck. Enemy in front.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I am barely harmed. The Lord of Asgard is... You can't strike down a goddess. The Orisha mock our slow pace. Hurry. Speed is everything.
It's actually colder and there's more snow down south, guys, than there is up here.
Happy to help.
Right.
Even gods fall.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh. But waste.
So close! This is your big chance!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Even gods.
Never miss!
These mechanical arachnids are no more.
Double KO! That's
You're dead.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Pretty good. Oh my god, guys, it's me! Bots? This isn't bots. They're bots. Or healer bot, yeah. About that was a bot game. And they even pushed us back twice, so. We've had bigger blowouts, guys. Like your mom last night after I was done with her. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water, guys. Be right back. Alrighty. Let's see. Pretty good. Now we wait. Pretty shit matches yesterday, guys. Wonder if Storm would actually be better at dealing with flankers like Black Panther, which at the ELO we're at, healers seem to have problems with, and Spider-Man than Psylocke would. Psylocke's not even meant to be on the back line or even front line. She's a flanker. If you're playing her that way, you could do better with something else. Well, let's see how this turns out, guys. We had some really shit games, not even just like losses, just absolute complete blowouts that are obviously either by Smurfs and or cheaters yesterday.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command. Mutants must protect mutants, but also all of humanity.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What do you think, Aurora? Do we go in full force or stay under the radar?
Unlike you, my powers rarely allow me to go undetected, Susan.
Then we play to our strengths. I'll strike when they least expect it.
And I shall rip the heavens themselves asunder if need be.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You guys are actually here, right? Or am I imagining this?
A little extra.
Heavenly fury! Any healing is good healing. Have a tailwind. Who can heal me?
We better test this out. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
My storm! God tempest! I will always lend a hand. God tempest!
Control lost.
Too far up.
Storm
When you get too far up, unlike Iron Man, you lose effectiveness on Storm because you can't hit good angles, and it's very difficult to hit a direct down shot based on the way people move.
I do not forget. Any healing is good healing.
Double KO. Control seized.
God tempest!
Who wants a piece of me now?
Faster, my friends!
Wary of this
Thunderstrike!
Or a dagger.
Anyone willing to help?
Feel the wrath of the gods!
And force a defense ult. There you go. You're nowhere near your team though.
Us against the world!
Force another defense ult.
Ride the winds!
Careful, Ty.
I will have heavenly fury! I bring thunder! Freshly, any healing is good healing.
The area's almost yours.
Like literally, I can just shoot down a fucking hull down. Portaling?
Track this enemy. Feel the
I've always
thunder!
been a heavy hitter.
Mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Armed and
Be swift!
Shields up.
I feel strong. Who can heal me?
Oh, there's a fucking res.
Who can heal me?
Okay. They just... I guess because there's an ult behind me, they decided not to heal me.
When you have been powerless, having power means something.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I know many lords on many worlds.
We are definitely not winning a contest right now, guys, even though we're taking fire.
Precisely.
I mean, you know, the stars. It's like everything.
Asgard?
No, I mean...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3...
So we get focus more. Maybe we shouldn't be playing Storm. I don't know.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Come, dine with me in Valhalla.
I see them. Track vision.
Definitely take a shitload of focus.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
We are undefeatable!
They're on the wrong side of that.
He's dropped
and loading.
Us against the world!
Oh, we don't want that.
We better test this out.
I lift up my comrade.
Sometimes. Or a dagger. The mission area is yours.
Any healing is good healing. They spotted us. During my storm.
Definitely take a shitload of focus, obviously, because Storm is very good. It then limits my effectiveness. Alright, bro.
My friends. I will always heavenly fury. Feel the wrath of the goddess! They couldn't weather the storm. Be swift.
Us against the world!
Chain lightning.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, we need a shift. Dude, it's so difficult to adjust my my altitude while at the same time trying to hit shift. This is the space bar and then using control. And then you need another key to hit your shift key.
Ride the winds.
A lot of juggling going on there.
A little help, please.
Chain lightning.
By the eye of
It's from me.
Agamotto, judge, jury, executioner!
Hey, bro. The fuck even killed me?
Judge, jury, executioner!
It was a fucking missile. You didn't even aim at me. It was an auto-aim missile.
Speed is everything.
You gotta be shitting me.
Be proud of what you did here.
Follow this enemy.
We are undefeatable!
Christ.
Glory is almost yours!
Sit and shift. I used to sit and shift all the time, and I stopped doing that because I see other people not sitting and shift.
Better make this count.
Control lost!
Let's end this quick.
Also, I don't know if he saw me through the wall normally.
Watch me
Alright, Psylocke's still ulting. Kind of feels like he's shooting me through, like tracking me through walls, which obviously he can do if he's using his ability.
will always lend a hand. Chain lightning!
Control seized. Double KO.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
I lift up my comrades.
Ow! I don't know. It's going to take some finagling guys to figure this out, so I guess we'll take it as it goes. Definitely completely different in Psylocke. It's the same shit I was talking about, though, when I was playing Iron Man. You just end up in a case where you get Hellas and Hawkeyes that just insta-kill you. Gonna take damage. I don't think we took anything this game. Definitely get a lot of focus, though. We didn't get a limbs. We got KBs, which is good. We did take damage. But once again, our Star-Lord here having infinitely more participation in kills than me. Like, you have to go up in altitude to reduce the, basically, people getting angles on you, but in doing so, you lose the ability to shoot people, so. Goated healer at 5k. What? Yeah, deadweight healer, too. That's incredible. Yeah, I did a lot more than I thought I did. How the fuck did we lose, guys, with the healer with 5k healing? Were they paid? Is this another paid actor, guys? We got fuckers in my game again trying to get paid to lose? Look at this. What is this? All they played is Invisible Woman all game. How the fuck does that even... How the fuck does this even happen? She didn't have damage either. Like, they literally paid to lose. Fuck is that? So we basically... Our DPS just made up for the fact that we had a healer that was really bad. But basically all of our DPS doubled their DPS, so... What? What? The fuck? Yeah, that paid... You guys, I have some really fucking weird games considering how few people I have watching me. I don't understand this shit. And as I mentioned before, I played offline and it's completely different. Pretty good.
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command. Mutant or human, I fight for everyone.
Be strong together. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. You're my favorite, you know?
Favorite what?
Superhero. As a role model, I mean. Did you really go time traveling with Krakoa?
I did. And as soon as we fix what Doom did, I'm going back.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
All right.
2,
Try number 2, guys.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Every spell cast has its price, and my debt is due.
I bring fire. I see them. Follow this
Got 2-tap by the Thor? You just accidentally kill me.
The mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Be strong.
More powerful yet.
And getting insta-kill. Definitely getting focused, so I got hit at the same time the Iron Man hit me. Seems to know how much HP I have.
Feel the thunder.
Some damage.
Enemy in front of us. I lift up my cup.
I find one of us. Better test this out. Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Happy to disappear.
More powerful.
It's the grand finale. Be swift. Control C.
A time. I require healing.
Look out, bad guy.
Behold! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I am ready to put on a show.
They invade our land. Be swift.
Control lost.
And Doctor Strange again.
I am strengthened for battle.
I am built.
Another falls to.
Now the thunder is coming.
They've almost got it.
A timely boost. He's
Enemies better beware.
By the eye of Agamotto!
And 2-tap again.
Just in time.
Because I'm too close to the ground?
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Yeah. Not working, guys. I think we're gonna play Moon Knight. We could also play Psylocke.
I have been a street urchin. Wind, cloud.
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
I also play Psylocke.
30 seconds before you attack.
Like, I literally just
Get
get
ready.
two-tapped out of the sky, so... There's, like, no responses either. Maybe that means I'm too far forward? I can't tell.
My onks, con shoes.
Even so, maddening.
If I'm on your side, isn't that what you want?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Khonshu seems to be enjoying the end of all that is a bit too much.
Instantly killed again. Are we getting focused here? It's definitely meant for me, so possibly cheating and stream sniping again. That's incredible, guys.
I am ready to put on
Like he was
show.
watching me through the wall till I came around the corner despite there being people in front of him.
That feels better.
The moon haunts. Fine, we have another one. Again, we're getting focused, guys. And no heals.
Khonshu, watch over me.
So once again, this is why we're playing Psylocke, is because Psylocke's more difficult to focus. And for some strange reason, despite me having no viewers, I run into stream snipers a shitload. And I have no idea why.
A nice deep freeze.
You need their power.
Disappear!
We just pulled the melt out of them.
Their team's capture progress is past the halfway point. It's the grand finale.
Their power.
No idea why. Doesn't even make sense. We aren't even like in fucking GM or something silly.
Advantage gained in the material plane.
Lords that watch my stream.
The wounds are gone.
The moon haunts you.
For some reason they didn't back up their teammates.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Keenly aware of me for some reason.
I'll be disappointed if they're a no-show. You need their power.
Control lost.
Good. You need
He knows
it.
I'm here. He's chasing me right now. The stream snipe squad once again is going easily watching me through the wall. Again, the Iron Man was doing that. Now we got
Wake up in the crazy house. Low on power. Need healing.
I am ready to put on
Force
a
and
show.
all.
Alright, that feels better.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. Double KO.
focus gap, guys. The entire enemy team's chasing me around, so.
From far worse than that.
And the only reason the team they stopped was at the end. So once again, I didn't increase my delay on my stream. I have to do that. Fucking obnoxious shits. Like, you can call it on voice comms, guys. There's a difference between calling on voice comms and people staring at you through walls. And these are obviously not plats. Insane. No one gives a shit about you guys. I can't even see your fucking name, so fuck off. Christ. Like yesterday, guys, where we had this go on. Does this look remotely normal to you? Do games like this in competitive look remotely normal to you? Yeah, no, they don't. Jesus Christ. We're in fucking plat. I guess it's like I said. In Season 0, I had problems getting out of Plat 3 and GM, but the moment I basically played off-stream at Plat 3 and Gold 1, but the moment I played, which was higher ranked back then because the distribution wasn't as high in the leaderboards, the moment I stopped playing online, I immediately sailed to Diamond 2 and 3. And it was almost completely smooth sailing, and it feels like that giant shipbird squad is just like moved up to basically Plat 1 and Diamond 3 is now where we're at now. Because once again, the distribution is higher. Because there's people that are Celestial, and last time they were Plat rated. Not Plat rated, GM rated, or Diamond. Distribution's changed. It's fucking obnoxious, too. Fucking my entire life. My entire life just playing fucking competitive games, guys, and it's like since Overwatch, it's just been the same way. Paid someone a lot of money. Happened when you stream for 12 years, though, so. In the case of, what was it? In the case of Helldivers 2, we had literally fucklords that would follow us around, and that was it. Like, all they would do is literally just try to follow us around and sabotage what we're doing in game. Not all the time. It's one of the reasons I stopped hosting my own games, because I always fucking get them in my game. Like, no one gives a shit about you. They can't see your names. They don't care who you are. You don't matter. Go away.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wind, cloud,
Guess we'll try Storm to begin with again.
Hear my command.
We could play Psylocke if need be. You can troll on Widow if you wanted, dumb shit. Ah, the Spider-Man or Widow pick. Good. It's great.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Round one.
Uh-huh.
I fight for everyone.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You are not the
Can't wait for them to add an actual streamer mode to the game.
I have never known you either.
Krakoa
It looks like we got another team that's gonna shit on itself. Maybe we'll try playing Europe. I did that last time and it was an absolute horrid experience.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Like, there's a point where some characters just have a lot of problems with lands, yeah.
I expect we will must.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Any healing is good healing.
We'll just stay and we'll go back to our original way of playing Storm.
Feel the thunder. Thunder strike.
Dead.
Faster, my friend. I lift up iron thunder. You're in my storm.
I promise we'll finish this.
Yep. Unfortunately, switching between modes takes like a second. You can't just do it instantly. It interrupts everything else you're doing.
I bring thunder.
Such newfound power.
Anyone willing to help? This place is better test this out.
Faster, my friends. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
She doesn't have an ult. That's why she went and hid.
Double KO!
Don't mind this storm. Speed is everything.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
He had time to get to the point. He gave up early.
I see them. A timely boost.
More powerful yet. Entanglement.
I've always been a heavy hitter. I am ready to put on a show.
Ah, okay. Well, that ends that fight.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Any much of this can be brought crashing down.
This vehicle must keep
Faster, my friends.
any cost.
He should be guarding the doorway right now. Oh my god, he closed it. Literally sitting there.
Mark this spot.
So it begins.
Feel
I've
the
always
thunder.
been a heavy hitter. Almost there. Don't turn back
Feel
now.
the wrath of the goddess!
Disappear. Shields up.
Be swift.
Wait, what? Groot? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Ride the wind.
Goes my damage boost. No.
Double KO. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. That's 3.
Thunderstrike.
It didn't have to come to me. I've always been a heavy hitter.
Faster, my friends.
Back to regular usage on Storm, which is the way I originally used her. I've been watching too many streamers and all they do is sit and fucking damage for him, and for some reason people don't fucking touch him. I have no idea why.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Feel the thunder. Here, pay attention.
More powerful yet.
Okay. I just instantly died to something. Oh, he just killed me without seeing me.
This storm never. Let's end this quick.
Time to work some magic.
Ah, the eye is open.
Get that vehicle moving again. Test this out.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Disappear. I am ready to put on
Bye.
a show.
More powerful yet. Tremble before battle.
And he just so ulted absolutely nothing. What is their Psylocke doing?
Get that vehicle moving again.
You can't strike
Did he?
down a goddess.
Like if Psylocke built ult, we'd actually have the Psylocke ult in addition to my ult, and then forcing an ult wouldn't matter.
Any healing is good.
Watch me soar.
There we go. I guess we're waiting.
Invisible.
I bring thunder.
Test this out.
Oh, that last one felt like it was a hit. Oh my god, there's no way.
Shields up! System boost to life. They look like they mean business.
Happy to help. Faster, my friends.
So close! Big chance!
Okay, and apparently he was creeping around up there. Very unfortunate. Once again, one of the reasons why I don't play Iron Man anymore is exactly that. But Storm's buffed enough where I think it shouldn't matter.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I
never
unleash
miss
the Vishanti's power.
Bro, he's literally just creeping around looking for me? He is.
Needed that boost.
Eating now?
Now the thunder speed is everything.
Huh. I mean, double flicks, you know, occasionally happen, which is what happened the first time he killed me when he's up there.
Crystal clear from the beginning.
What? No, I guess I didn't need me.
Current score is 3-2-0.
But one of the reasons we stopped playing Iron Man and Storm in Season 0 was because we just get insta-killed by Hawkeyes and Helenas that just don't fucking miss ever.
Hear my command.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
It's winnable. I mean, why would you ever say that? We literally capped the point to the end. That's like what you say when you barely get, like, point 1. Oh my god. People preemptively using that?
Somewhere in the world is a little girl like I once was. I fight for her.
Yeah, canceled ults sometimes refund 50%. Sometimes they'll fully refund if it's too far rolled back. This game's very inconsistent with its enforcement or alt removal or eating your entire ult.
Our troubled past is not my primary concern right now, Wanda. It is the future that has me worried.
I have 13 limbs, but I have an ace. What the fuck is that? I must be done a shitload of damage.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Terribly?
3, 2, 1.
21's the limbs is a pretty big difference.
Stop them from securing the mission area.
If these worlds come apart, countless people will die. I must stop it.
Here comes trouble.
Listening, the guy's back there now. Right, bro.
Feel the thunder. Any healing is good healing. Have a tailwind. I will always lend a hand. Follow this enemy. Faster, my friends. Any healing is good healing.
Luckily, healers are watching. 40 now? No.
And so it begins.
Thunder strike.
Let's do some damage. They've spotted one of our opponents. We better test this out.
Faster, my friends. Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Yeah. Oh.
I am ready to
No. There they go.
Ride the winds. Who can heal me?
Fuck you, bitch. Was I not in? No, I wasn't.
Here, pay attention.
Watch me Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
I lift up my comrade.
Armed and dangerous!
Be swift.
My magic is growing.
Their backline like is absolutely afraid to pop in with their front line though.
Don't mess with the amazing
Happy Thunderbolt.
Getting hotter than ever. Only 60 seconds left.
Any healing is good healing. Faster, my friend.
Anyone willing to help? We better test this out.
You're in my storm. Be swift.
Magic is throwing. Here comes trouble. I am ready to put on a show.
fear Magneto!
He's literally on top of everyone constantly.
Any healing is good healing.
Nice.
Speed is everything.
Getting hotter than ever.
I lift up my comrade.
Final 10 seconds.
Even a little storm would shake this area to pieces. Be swift.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Watch me soar.
I lift up my comrade.
Okay.
Invisible? Final score 3-2-0. Another epic victory!
I think we're smurfing. I mean, this is a pretty... We've had... So, I've called out Smurf games. This is not a fucking Smurf game, guys. That's not a Smurf game. We've legit... I, like, showed you games where we clearly have people just fucking with us. And that's not what this... Are we coming across here with 0 limbs or 1 a limb? No. Like, these guys have half the limbs of us, which sucks. But we've had absolutely worse games than this, so... Yeah. Their healer... Let's compare here, guys. Their healer out-healed our healer. And secondary healers are about tied with each other, a little bit more damage there. Tanking-wise, their primary tank, which was their Magneto/Groot, has more blocked, but he has less damage than ours. We didn't have a third tank, but their Hawkeye was securing kills, so... Yeah, this was not... This is not... We've legit had Smurf and or cheat games before. This is not one. Also, we lost damage. So, the Wanda was actually secured. It's actually crazy if, like, it just kind of shows where the DPS is if Wanda's walking all over them. I think she played Wanda most of the game, too. Aim assist Wanda, like, we have 4k more damage, but we definitely didn't have the same limbs or KBs here. Maybe I should play Wanda? I don't think so. I think Wanda only works against shipbirds. She's like Iron Fist, where she just stops working at a certain level. Want to know what Smurf games look like, guys? Oh, we're in Diamond 3 now, too. Want to know what Smurf games look like, guys? This is what fucking Smurf and cheat games look like. And this is what happens at the end of Smurf and cheat games. Yeah, that's not what they had. That is not any... Like, there's no hope of us ever winning these. This is Smurf and cheat games right here. So, that is not what happened. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be back and grab water, too. Here we go. Also, we are apparently not doing too hot comparatively to other DPS in the game, so probably means we need to do something else. Could be Storm. I'm not exactly sure. Storm should be topping the charts, though. Here's another one, although we did much better in this one comparably. Okay. It's one thing if you get Smurfs and you get fucking assholes chasing you around in DM or something, right? It's another if you get people doing that when you're a small streamer in literally fucking Platteville. Come on, bro. Like, seriously? Don't you guys have better things to do? No one's watching me. They can't see your names. Just go away. Nothing out of it. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the 5090, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna buy one. You lose a lot of value even if I wait on the 4090 because it's not really a big upgrade. You lose a lot of value if you just hang on to old stuff. And the idea was I was just gonna buy a new one then sell my 4090. Matter that it's a small upgrade as much as it's just maintaining value of your old hardware. As long as you're willing to basically lose the money difference between the two. To get a fucking cardboard box to keep it in, though. Oh my god. I think a lot of people that sell their hardware to just hang on to the boxes. I hang on to the boxes. So they don't take up that much space. And it adds resale value, in my opinion.
What did I used to be at with Storm? I think it was around 40% accuracy, wasn't it?
Psylocke I used to be around 40, and that dropped. No, it's higher than that. Double hits, yeah, higher than that, it's like 45. And Psylocke used to be around 38 or higher, and then that dropped off with the Season 1 patch for some reason. I don't know why. Dropped off a lot. Also, my ability to MVP and SVP in Season 1 with Psylocke went down drastically, and I don't know why. I played a shitload of her prior to Season 1 and Season 0. Don't know why. I don't understand. We're in queue, guys. Just hang on. Where I started getting that shit, I'd say it wasn't even PlanetSide 2, although I definitely had people following me around PlanetSide 2. It's like H1Z1 is when I started getting the shitlords that would follow me around and just try to ruin my games. I had a lot more people watching back then. And someone's Cheerios, and now they have like a fucking family grudge or something.
Hero or villain, I'm not judging.
Wind, cloud, and storm.
Have a feud? But can you have a feud with someone that the other side doesn't know you actually have a feud with them? Like, they don't even know who you are. They don't care who you are. Can you really feud at that point? I don't think you can. I don't think you can have a feud. Like, both sides have to be, like, into it. It's just stalking behavior, maybe? I don't know. Weird stream, guys.
Somewhere in the world is a little girl like I once was.
Either end result is just that I'll never become successful as a streamer. Streaming has a lot to do with you being like performance based, unless you are some sort of really not want to play tank.
We can handle anything they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they will. They always do.
Don't say it.
Because we're young, pretty, and female.
Oh God, isn't it? She must be like 500 or something. I don't think she's young at all.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Portal.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Cross timelines make for strange allies. Who do we trust? Track this in.
That's not what I wanted, King.
Any healing is good healing.
Just embrace the light.
More powerful yet.
You're in my storm!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Who can heal me?
Yeah, I should sit in fucking I need to sit in wind mode more often. Even then, it might have even helped save me.
You can't. Speed is everything.
I was literally at 5% too. Angles here.
This is real firepower! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Judge! Jury!
I am ready to go.
Following me around, instantly killed me through my ult.
Judge!
Should have went on to the point.
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Against the world! Now, speed is everything. Feel the thunder.
No. Fuck up.
I lift up iron thunder. You're in my storm.
Glory is almost yours.
Our enemies are near.
Oh, no, I hit the backboard. I was trying to go over the top and go down. It didn't work. I line of sight to my healers.
vanquished the mid-guard circuit.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
How dare they invade our land?
Cheap tricks, wizard.
I unleash the
I will always lend a hand.
defeat by Doctor Strange.
Bleachy man.
I have been a street urchin and regent of the solar system, but I am always Aurora.
Rocket's not a bad healer. People give him a lot of shit. Rocket's not a bad healer. You can pump out some huge numbers if he's played well. And then he has utility on top of it.
Get ready.
The thunderstorm is about to hit.
If Doom was a friend to mutants, but destroyed the timeline, what would you
Dude, if we can port to their side and I can pop out a storm on top of them, that'd be huge. Like immediately.
The battle before us is enough.
Yeah, oh, actually might not have a portal up because he just used it in the last one today.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
No, you use portal to go back if you die. Okay, I just made up some random
All you
headcanon.
need to do is capture the mission area.
Use portal whenever the fuck you want.
My brother and I are about as different as we could be.
Initiation's very powerful, guys.
Enemy in front of us.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
These beasts have come to defend their king.
I am ready to
Hey, force, no.
capture now.
Let's end this quick.
Actually, because they have revised that's scripting.
You know your spells, Mage.
Us against the world.
Dodge his heals. Close.
Assemble!
Be swift.
So cold.
Here,
Everybody survive this.
us ride the winds.
They captured the mission area.
Okay.
This feels
Now are we gonna port? There,
It's
okay.
somehow dangerous. Pentagram of paralysis.
I see them.
The moon haunts you.
Speed is everything. A timely boost. I will thunder. I will always lend a hand.
Let my enemies is no longer a threat.
Good hunting.
Double KO. Control seized.
Be strong.
You're welcome.
Track this enemy.
Who dares disturb the sacred archive of Asgard? Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Feel the thunder.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Against the world.
Render me assistance.
A time.
Lights out.
I guess the breakable blocks look different on their screen, which I could believe. I know I pushed up so far because you apply pressure to them, you don't just sit on the point because it's dumbass bronze logic. But we aren't going to say that in chat, because that will trigger them and then they'll self-destruct. Because they'll ruin their morale.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I bring thunder. Thunderbolt!
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Our enemies are here.
Tough.
Who can hear me?
I will crush them all.
Moon Knight placed an arm here.
I shall. We'll be able to
Yeah. Like I call it risk apprehension. It's also in MOBAs is very prevalent, where people literally will just try to hide by turrets to secure safe kills at no real
Arcs do not handle lightning very well.
risk themselves, and that doesn't always happen that way. That expects basically your opponents to always make mistakes.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I am ready to put on a show!
Oh, we just fucking dropped. How do you even go up?
Speed is everything. Moon Knight placed an arm here. I bring something more dangerous. I will always lend a hand.
They die in front of healers. They don't look up. Like I mentioned before, that's one of the problems with playing with lower elo. I think every time, well not every time, but almost every time that I've gotten heals, I've asked for it.
Render me assistance.
Feel the thunder.
Unleash mighty.
Why is there tank back here hiding? That's not where we want to be.
My power knows no limits.
What?
I unleash.
Just the same way with Pharah on Overwatch. If you get down too far in elo, people can't aim up. It's basically around in Overwatch, around like Diamond where that starts happening. Very inconsistent with healing because people have to aim up. And they don't for some reason. How do we lose MVP to that guy? More KBs? I guess he has a decent chunk of a limbs. Fourth the AFK. Everyone on their team was showing up at the point. Guy? Got Moon Knight in there too. I guess maybe he's AFK for most of the match. That's I suspect things will get better though when we're higher elo, and like the people that we're running into that are shipbirds feel like they're maybe GM3 or maybe Diamond 2, Diamond 1, maybe Diamond 2 or Diamond 1. So if we have a team around that range, them doing silly shit gets them punished too, so won't be such a big deal. Fucking weird, guys. Online streaming has always been so fucking weird. Sometimes rewarding, sometimes not. It's a completely different experience than playing solo. But that being said, playing like without streaming isn't nearly as rewarding for me as it is when I'm streaming. So. We'll see. I don't know if we're doing better on Storm than we would be doing on Moon Knight, for instance, for another frontliner.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Storm is easier to deal with. What?
And Storm.
Oh. Oh, we got bans now. Okay. DL keeping Storm. Have backups.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Hello. Iron, Wolverine, Luna. I think Wolverine, as long as you pay attention to him, it's fine. Do Hawkeye too. Any more? They'll probably ban Hawkeye too. Ben.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
We can Moon Knight. The thing is, I think Storm gets banned more than Psylocke does, and we can play Psylocke.
I have been a street urchin. And
Never see
regent of the
Sidebank.
solar system, but I am always Aurora.
Be your best self. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh my god, no. No, that's fine, Mighty. You can keep your, I'll keep my social security numbers, thanks.
I'll have to do something about that.
I think there are other priorities first.
Alright.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Nope, don't fall for the debates, guys. Don't fall for the debates. It's
All you
fine.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It takes a lot to give me the creature crawlies, but this place doesn't.
Arcs do not handle lightning very well.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Happy to help.
Mission area is yours.
Here, pay attention. Follow this end. Any healing is good healing. built a turret around himself.
He used to a little damage at long range.
Double KO! You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Anything is good here.
Fortunately, our healer's on the side over there for some reason.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
There we go.
Let's end this quick. The Punisher has entered turret mode.
I want to say, guys, just like in Season 0 when we got to Diamond, it legit feels like competitive servers at Diamond Plus are actually higher tick rate than lower servers, like your shots register better on them. And it could actually be a thing, so I don't know. I don't think anyone's verified that, but I swear to God it feels that way.
Before you attack, get ready.
Greetings. So, your
got some cat claws going on here.
What? Is the one here still stuck on Earth? I'll have to do something about that.
I think there are other priorities first.
Hi there.
Greetings.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Pretty good.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
There isn't much music in a place like this.
Aww.
Be strong together.
Any healer is good. You need help. I see them.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Stop watching my shots.
Moon Knight placed an arm here. Arms do not handle lightning very well.
Be strong. Watch me soar! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm trying to help.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
I like the cold.
Feel the thunder.
This is real firepower!
The moon haunts you!
No.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No pleasure in that, but it had to be during my storm.
Double KO!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Disappear!
Oh, what a nice guy. Thanks for leaving that. I couldn't have done that without your help.
I lift up my comrades. Be strong. I will always lend a hand. Name more subjects no longer pose a threat.
Watch me soar!
Below the waves.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I like the cold. This is good.
Stronger?
The time.
That one hurts.
Still one of the few people that actually hits it. Oh.
Be sweet.
Looks like I'm the one doing the punishing today.
Oh, you so funny, Penny.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
The sky fell on it.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, they didn't have a storm either. Also, don't click the link, guys. He wants your social security numbers. That's me! First game in Diamond. In Season 1. Like I said, it honestly feels like the servers in Diamond Plus are better. It really, really does. It feels like they are more consistent, higher tick, basically just higher tick rate is basically the way to look at it. It feels like they're all higher tick rate. And I noticed that in Season 0 too. It felt like my shots connected more and were actually landing better and more consistently. We actually did better when we got into Diamond than we did when we were in Plat. Time being, at least. Dialogue outperformed us. Why did she not get MVP? Well, she it was kind of break even. She has more KBs, 2 more KBs. We have 3 more limbs and more damage. Guess we have assists. Something to be said about that. Good.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wind, cloud, and
Got him.
storm. Hear my command.
Wonder how many people would actually use the icon if you didn't show it to the enemy team.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
And hello. For any reason, 2 requests to ban? I mean, it just gets more people to click on them, right? Alright, bro. We're gonna ban Hela and Hawkeye now? What? No one banned Hela or Hawkeye? But we can play Select, so.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Charles play Moon Knight.
Why are people goffer-offing?
I will not rest until
But we aren't in voice comms. Never voice comms.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Step aside. You move with such stealth. You could be an excellent sparring partner.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
I want to let this mom stretch first. The bend on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Come to me. If we save all timelines, perhaps I can finally return to my own.
Watch out, they're headed our way!
What a difference.
A little help, please.
One couldn't win without the other.
You're mine.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
You fought well, Spartan. Gas anyway.
I'm cloaked, guys. You must just get aim assist while you're cloaked. Completely off screen. That desync shit going on there.
Step aside.
He's dead. That's cost him, man. Unfortunate.
I'm back. You're mine. Well done. We must observe this location. Step aside. Here they come now.
And yeah.
Double KO! You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Farewell.
Nothing here. Suspicious.
I'm
Maximum pulse!
You're mine.
A good place for some action.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
disappear! Shields up!
Stand your ground.
Get away faster than I can catch him. Yep, and he just ran for the point. Alrighty, luckily we stopped the Doctor Strange from ulting, because that would have probably changed things quite a bit. What the fuck is that? Wait, how has he not died? And still not gotten out of limbs too?
Before you attack, get ready.
Like, he is both. Usually it's one or the other, right? How do you 0-0? Like, we wiped a couple times. How the fuck did he not die? That means he just wasn't doing what he's supposed to. Thrower?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Come to me. Got it?
Bye.
Once I saved lives with a scalpel. Now I do it with a spell.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
This feels empty.
You fought well, man of spiders.
They're on their side, or our side.
What a difference.
Can't track where shit right now.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. You're mine. Co-op time.
Sayonara.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Hi.
The mission area is yours.
A successful operation. I have tagged a foe. Hunt them.
That's better.
You're mine. Watch out, they're headed our way.
The voice line. Literally the voice line to get you to destroy it and just, like, still no one shoots it. Oh, I saw that coming too. I didn't have a shift. Actually, I did have a shift. I thought I didn't have a shift, which is why I didn't use it.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Double KO. Control lost.
Another Ankh who will rid us of Moon
Just embrace the light.
Yeah, yeah. That requires immediate action. Ah, double ult. He tracking me while I'm cloaked? What the fuck is going on here? He did that earlier too, but I thought it was lag. Both times he snapped me while I'm cloaked. Split wall hack. Good. Earlier it seemed like desync. Accuracy has a bit to be desired here, guys.
What a difference. Keep your curses to yourself, you know it. Out of sight.
Our enemies are near.
Need time to heal.
Gotta do this prior to fucking getting defensive ult again. Walk on that. I didn't know that. I thought you slide off.
This feels empty.
Now I might survive this.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Dude, I swear I'm shooting blanks again, guys.
Mission Spider-Man! The moon haunts you!
Us against the world!
Party up!
Good.
Fury's almost yours!
A little help, please. Out of sight. This item seems interesting.
We'll have to keep playing until we have a winner.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Bro. No!
We can always count on you, Spidey.
27. I actually still shit, guys. Fuck is this? Alright, and our games are getting easier, and we're performing better at the same time. How is that possible, guys? We literally got out of plat, and we're doing better. Huh. Top the team in damage, KBs. And limbs. And diamond. So if you look at the rank distribution for the game, like people in your division are actually like, there's probably better people in gold 1 than there are in plat 3, which is, or excuse me, in well, at that too, but also in better people in plat 1 than there are in gold diamond 3, just because of the way distribution works with players. And it changes when you start going up, though. Crazy. What? Six are, problems here. And I gotta take a piss anyways, so be right back, guys. Alrighty. Like, I can basically figure it out when I can't track a Spider-Man properly. I know something's fucked up with my system again. And for some reason restarting it seems to fix it, and I don't know why. Still don't know why, guys. Makes no sense. What goes on with my PC and my gaming experience doesn't make sense. Apparently that's the way it goes, so. It's 17 degrees today and it's negative 13 right now, which also doesn't make sense. So, yeah. Wonder what a Diamond 1 to Celestial 3 is going to be like if this was like this for Plat 1 to Diamond 3. With better teammates at least, so there's that. Harder to stream snipe and fuck around with me. I don't know, there's actually kind of a small selection of heroes I'm actually interested in playing. I probably could play Black Panther or Magic if I tried them a bit. But honestly, like Psylocke, Moon Knight, and Stormwall fulfill kind of the niches that I enjoy. Maybe Iron Man? But Iron Man, once again, he just literally just gets focused and shot down by hit scan, especially the cheating ones. For damage when he's playing Moon Knight. Easy to generate shitloads of numbers on Moon Knight, but if you don't get a limbs, it doesn't matter. Can't secure kills. One. Guess I should do the thing that gives me the stuff, too, for events.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wind, cloud, and storm.
Can you select someone else's when they pick it? Or is it just first come, first serve?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Ban whoever you want. I think the only thing I wouldn't do is ban someone that someone has pre-picked. Rip that guy. Hawkeye. Psylocke.
My audit is sharp. My mind is sharper.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Alright. I can generally pretty reliably kill an Iron Man as a Psylocke though, so. Assuming I don't have to overextend too far, which happened in the last game. He's hiding in corners and shit.
sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than
I swear this fucking feels different. Like Diamond servers are better. Diamond Plus servers are better.
Stay strong.
You don't want me on DPS. Yeah?
Your idealism refreshes
You can't be that old.
astral projection makes me
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle.
Fuck is there a player in the spawn?
What a difference.
Anyone willing to help? Better stop that vehicle.
Constantly getting healed.
Step aside.
And one tap in my brain.
Double KO. They've made it halfway. Stop them. You're mine.
It's not showing up on my screen? The fuck's going on here? Like he's right in front of my monitor.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Game. And double. Oh.
By the eye of
Yeah. That was personal for some strange reason. Off, bitch.
Step aside.
Now I see them. We must observe this location.
You're mine.
Like I'm shooting through shit right now. Not just the Black Panther.
Rainbow stands with you. Enemy tag. Follow them.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. This is real firepower.
Yes. What a difference.
You're mine.
I need time to heal.
Tremble before judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, had to try though.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Double KO. They've made it halfway. Stop them. You'll better stop that vehicle.
That's quite the weapon.
What?
What a difference.
So, are these?
There's still a chance to stop them.
Oh, they're double ult.
By the eye of Agamotto.
We got ult done.
That's better.
Nice work, Namor.
Out of sight.
Yeah. Definitely something with hit reg on him too. It's like doing like half damage to that guy. It's probably so we've seen this before in like Plat. It doesn't even fucking matter what rank you are. You get some sort of fucking cheat. Literally just shoot through him and do no damage. We could potentially go Moon Knight instead. Might be better at dealing with this. Feels like in general my hit reg is shit this game for some reason. Trying to get him off the healers, and then it just causes us to lose. This guy's definitely doing something to fuck with his connection so he takes less damage. Yeah, he died in front of the healers.
I hate to admit it, Namor. I don't give a step aside. I'm going to miss you.
We're not holding a front line here.
We are undefeatable!
We could hold great destruction here. Many thanks. Step aside.
Another way in over here.
But how? Judge, jury, execute!
This is real firepower!
You're mocking from behind!
Now I might survive this.
Us against the world!
Step aside.
Tremble before fast!
Sayonara.
My dearest Susan.
I can ult right now.
Better stop that vehicle! Down to 30 seconds! Don't give them another inch! Or else.
Dash. Okay, I guess my dash is not up. It,
We are undefeatable!
can't get Moon out of the door.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up.
I think we're gonna report the Black Panther at the end there. It's legit like half the shots don't even register on that fuck.
I tear through the
Which is why you can literally just walk around. We literally had a guy in fucking gold that was playing Thor that we couldn't kill. And nothing to do with shooting him. You just shoot him and he just did no damage. Like 60% of the damage just went through him, or 75%, and all he did was dash around the entire time.
Vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
And I wish you could look at your accuracy of different characters. What do I have on silent? Can I see it? 8%.
I camouflage
Good.
stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid. So, you commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion. But to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't comment. Khonshu is always listening.
Perhaps divine.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enemy in front of us.
I admit poison dolphins more than saving the world. My own subjects turned against me? Foul creatures, return to the seas of life.
Needed that, thanks. You need the power. Use some healing, can't you?
Yeah? What?
Good medicine.
Back where I started. Time to drain.
What have you summoned now, Namor?
I'd get up here and must be.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
I am ready to put on a show.
Hey, check this place out.
Have my own subjects turned against me?
Life force is in preparation.
Tremble before power!
Surrender your strength. The moon haunts you.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
Needed that, thanks.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Us against the world.
Your devotion to
Shrouded by moonlight.
I think I line of sight the healer. That's a tough spot.
I've come back from far worse than that.
Get that vehicle moving again.
My
Time to drain.
Stuff. So you shot me over the top of a ledge? Good line of sight there.
just as expected.
How the fuck? You didn't even hit me. The fuck was that?
Up, my fist.
He literally just threw past me and it hit me. What? These guys fucking playing at like 300 MS or something?
Keep your ugly friends in the sea, Namor. Surrender your strength.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Doctor Strange seems as a hard-on for me, and I don't know why. So we're still getting shitlords in our game. But at least we're at a higher rank now, so it makes it more difficult. Wait. Nope, too late now.
A lot of stuff you can smash around here.
Hear him walking around.
Yeah, sure.
Protect me.
Time to drain.
The light force is building. Something doesn't
South
feel
little
right
bitch.
here. I like the cold. You're halfway there. Keep going.
The moon haunts you.
Didn't you be on your front lines and fucking with me? You know, like a good tank?
Time to drain. Gone from sight.
I'm hurt. Almost there. Don't turn back now. I am ready to put on a show.
Surrender your strength. Use some healing caution.
Every time it's just Doctor Strange. Definitely has a hard-on for me, and also looks like he's cheating too. So
Dead.
every shot's just perfectly light. He doesn't fucking miss. Get really fucking weird shit. In our games, guys. At least it's gonna get toned down as we get higher in rank, but holy fucking shit. Whoever these guys are can fuck off. Pretty crazy shit. How much Bitcoin did you get paid?
Be strong together.
I also need to increase my delay, apparently. Fucking Hulk's doing.
I am ready to put on a show.
There, ahead. The wounds are gone. Thanks. The moon!
Dead again.
Only 60 seconds left.
If the 12 deaths isn't a giveaway that we're getting focused, guys, I don't know what is. We're literally dying right next to our teammates.
I've come back from far worse than that.
So, yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Unfucking real. Oh, I forgot to change my online status. You gotta be fucking shitting me. I restarted, I didn't change that.
Down to 30 seconds.
That feels better. Time to train.
A nice deep push. You can take
I have fucking hit rate issues right now too. I can't track where shit.
Tremble before fast!
Shadow.
or a dagger. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I squished those squids for you. Time to drain. Something here worth looking at.
A nice deep freeze.
Love battlefield medicine.
I hit, like, I literally like throwing some groups of them. I don't understand this.
Only 60 seconds
Fucking
left.
crazy shit.
Us against the world.
Just stayed on the ground. It's tough to tell when you should actually lift up and when you should actually stay on the ground.
It's the grand finale.
On your toes. Here they come. Time to drain. We could do a ton of damage here.
Oh. Just if I was inside the circle, I might not have been exposed.
Wake up in the crazy house.
I think they toned down the visibility.
The final 10 seconds. Come here and let me help. So close.
And just cancels her ult.
Double KO.
And again, definitely getting focused out, guys. For some strange reason, it's the maybe Poseidon. I could just be out of position with the Poseidon. Doctor Strange is definitely focusing me. Black Panther's just being annoying. It's nothing to do with me. That's just Black Panther player.
I am ready to put on a show.
So possibly Poseidon as well as the Doctor Strange are grouped up together and trying to fuck with me. And Black Panther's just a rando. The amount of times, guys, I've jumped in the air and just instantly been sniped out by the fucking Poseidon is insane. It's always 100% accurate. Same thing with the Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange doesn't miss it all. So we're going to report Doctor Strange as well as the Poseidon, who doesn't miss. Yeah, good for him. 61% accuracy on Poseidon. You gotta be fucking shitting me, bro. And he shot me, he sniped me around a corner. We literally saw the fucking spear go past me, and it somehow hit me in the brain. Like, I guess maybe I should put a hard lock in that? I don't know what the fuck that is. That's something fucking weird, though. This guy's just being an annoying fuck. It has nothing to do with what's going on here. Absolutely insane. Doctor Strange doesn't fucking miss, and then Poseidon doesn't fucking miss. He missed shots, guys. The reason he has 61% accuracy is because he's a derp and literally just fucking throws spears constantly into walls. That's how he missed when you're using an aimbot. Assuming that it doesn't actually set up the miss with humanization. Absolutely incredible. What the fuck? Good. Also, back to the weird shit where I can't track stuff. The restart fixes that, but I guess not. Something. Can't track Black Panthers, and I can't track fucking Spider-Mans. The fuck's going on here now? Notice there's those less of those GM badges in Diamond than there were in fucking Plat, which is kind of weird. Yeah, only I've had a handful of games here in Diamond though.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Like, do people just not ban Hela and Hawkeye because they assume the other team's gonna ban Hela or Hawkeye? I don't care if they ban Banner. Like, I don't need to get my ban, which is why I don't call it out, but... Namor. And... On Namor? Pick? Where the fuck is Namor anyways? Yeah. They have a Hawkeye?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I guess we got one. I don't want to play Iron Man. It actually works pretty good against flankers, so...
I have been a street urchin and regent of the solar system, but I am always a rogue.
30 seconds before
Those
you
feel
attack.
so fucking
Get
weird.
ready.
Fuck is it?
The winds may not be blowing in our favor, Eric.
When has that ever stopped us before?
Weird. Definitely have something weird
There are
going
some
on.
forces that even I cannot alter.
Do not forget, my dear. We are mutants. We are change itself.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll take a cosmic clash over fighting vampires any day.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Feel the thunder! Any healing is good healing. Happy to help.
Maximum pulse! I have tagged the foe.
And dead by Hulk.
A storm is brewing. Speed is everything.
Dialogue?
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Any healing is good. Feel the thunder.
This is real firepower!
Against the world!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Disappear!
The fuck is a rock? There he is.
Feel the thunder.
There she goes, Psylocke. Called for heals. Definitely not hitting shots, guys. I don't know what the fuck it is. I can't track shit right now. It happened like 2 games into...
My own. I fought Oni. slayed demons.
Diamond.
This should be easy.
Can't fucking hit shit too. It feels like everything's delayed. Like you see how janky fucking Iron Man is compared to where am I aiming?
You attack. Get ready.
Your powers of stealth would make you an
Might do some quick
excellent
play after
assassin.
this. Something's fucked up. That's again. Good.
Really my style.
If you came from my world, you would have little choice.
The battle starts in
Actually,
5, 4, 3, 2,
I tear
1.
living avatar of
All you need
vengeance
to
takes
do
a
is
lot
capture
out
the
of a
mission
guy.
area. Got it?
After what Hydra did to me, this fight got a lot more personal.
portal.
Alright, that feels better.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Maximum
Okay, bro. Alright.
Lot of stuff you can smash around here.
Time to drain.
Don't drown in the darkness.
You move, Shadow.
Double KO.
Back again? Great.
To capture the mission area. Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
The wounds are gone. Thanks. Surrender your strength.
Wreak your creative destruction here.
Cause you never rest.
Beware, behind you.
I'm trying to help.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
On the wrong side. Those little fucking boxes, you think you'd be able to shoot through them?
Get a weapon, you get a weapon! Armed and...
Looks like you'd be able to shoot through them, right? But you can't. Those little monitor things. Actually, it's like a wall.
Force field, good to go.
This feels
What am I? Invisible?
somehow dangerous.
What's a piece of me now?
You captured more than half of the mission area.
Wish you could fucking fall faster on this guy.
Shrouded by moonlight.
I unleash
Got two tapped in front of the healers. Yeah.
Can't you? Let me rest.
Stand down!
Surrender your strength. Shadow.
You'll have to keep fighting until we are clear.
Crush you.
A little help, please.
Needed that, thanks.
This is real firepower!
maximum pulse.
That's not where we want to fucking push it. Oh my god. I swear, like, it feels like I have like 100 has a delay on my shots, and that's not where we want to be. I don't fucking understand this, guys. It is very fucking annoying, though. So we're definitely gonna play some quick play after this. Something's fucked up.
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid.
Very easy shots with nothing in our way. This feels like I can't keep up with whatever's in front of me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Also, fucked up my ult. Something pushed me back. I think it was Invisible Woman. Something pushed me back when I was about to ult. I was looking at the Iron Man.
This is just a normal Tuesday in our family.
Either way, Iron Man's your you build ult super fast on Moon Knight.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Wonder if I could trade an Egyptian moon god for one of their Orisha. The moons are gone. Thanks.
Disappear! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Shields up! Us against the world!
To get heals. Oh, get the Aganis! Get the Aganis! Oh my god. Here.
Use some healing, Khonshu.
I didn't realize he was in small form. Really should change my point out key to my off my
Who wants a piece of me now?
No. Hey, look, guys, a solo ult just for me.
Still not dead. Surrender your strength. Should have kept hiding better.
Oh my god, game.
Disappear! Am I invisible? Shields up! Against the world!
Love battle medicine. Good. You needed it.
Fish.
Double kill! That's 3! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That.
Now I see them.
No one gives a fucking different. No one gives a diff. No one gives a fucking shit. Fuck, bro. No one gives a shit, little bro. There we go. The fuck is that?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh, there's also some sort of fucked up shit with my accuracy right now. No one knows how to shoot tanks. I mean, they just got healed up immediately, so. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. Figure out what's going on with my accuracy. Fuck this shit.
Back to playing Psylocke. Like, literally where they stutter step me and I can't fucking aim fast enough to hit them. Yeah, what the fuck is going on there?
Like, we had perfectly fine games tonight, guys, and then the last, like, 3 games just turned into this fucking random shit. I don't fucking understand this. It's basically both these losses. I felt exactly that way. Was this game like that? No. I mean, yeah, actually it is. Just looking at, No, it actually wasn't. These 2 games, like, literally can't fucking aim at all. I don't understand why. I can't aim at shit. It's like the game is disallowing me from hitting targets or aiming at them. Fucking aura shit or something. I don't fucking understand it. You can feel when it's happening, too. Like, if I had a choice of, like, literally leaving the game, I would. I can understand, like, when my aim just isn't working properly. It doesn't make any sense because I haven't changed anything, I haven't done anything. It's literally just another game.
Like the moon.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Didn't have none of these problems when I'm playing solo. It's just when I'm playing against people. Or streaming while doing it.
Demons, yokai, and villains.
Fucking weird shit.
They all fall by my blade. Just the same.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Back to quick play it is, guys.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Almost everyone knows what's right. Not everyone does it.
What are they even doing?
Our adversary
You're mine.
a worthy foe.
You're mine. I require help. You're mine. The beacon has been disarmed.
Judge, jury, executioner!
You hear me coming out? He just tried to shoot me through the wall when he couldn't see me. We got another cheater?
My hunt can step aside.
You gotta be fucking shitting me. So obviously he has a wall hack, but you can see when he has it on, right? And he didn't have it on when he just tried to shoot me through the wall. Yeah?
Together, victory!
Not doing the right amount of damage. I should have just instantly died.
Shields up. I like the clothes. No worries. I've got your back.
I have avenged
He stuck them in their tracks.
It is an honor to serve alongside you. Farewell. A nice deep breathe.
Step aside.
Tremble before power!
Nope, didn't make it. I thought my healers were back there.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
My light, you're mine.
Oh, better.
My blade is
Hostile forces incoming. Jury! Executioner!
sayonara.
What the fuck? Not sure what's going on there. Where the fuck did the fucking Atom just decide to shoot me when I was cloaked? Like, I didn't make any... He couldn't see me. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Yeah? My cloak doesn't work anymore, guys? It's just against certain individuals with certain buttons pushed? You're dead.
Sayonara.
Only 60 seconds left.
Some assistance, please. Assemble!
After me through the wall. Is it a cheat squad?
My
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, no, you always get the fucking weird shit. It's like right around 8 is when it starts. It happened yesterday where we got the fucking 0 limb stacked lobbies in Plat. The other team ended up with 30 fucking limbs.
My blade is sharp.
Tremble before power!
Better stop that vehicle.
I say people tremble before power!
Double KO. That's 3. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
This is real firepower!
The Punisher is incredibly out of sight.
Behold the god of thunder!
Christ, like I shouldn't have any problems with fucking killing Adam, by the way.
There they are.
Born again! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Judge!
Oh my god, game, the fuck is this shit?
Executioner!
Fuck is the med kit? Any day. Any day you want to spawn? Thank you.
This will do nicely.
There's still a chance to stop them.
The beacon has been disarmed. Sayonara.
Hurricane incoming!
I don't fucking understand how you literally just somehow jumped around my line of sight. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is. It's like complete derp movement.
Step aside.
Somehow managed to just like disappear in front of me and I couldn't track him.
Step aside.
Kill me. Gives a shit about you, little bro. Were you waiting for that? Get off, bitch.
Only 60 seconds left.
Out over the ledge.
I'm good to go. I require bad choice.
A nice deep
Rough, guys.
hits the ground.
That 33 is still low for accuracy.
Down to 30 seconds.
I compliment you, Hulk, but Ben would get jealous.
Judge, jury, executioner! Tremble before fast!
The final 10 seconds.
Don't mess with the amazing spider!
He's dead by the healers. I guess I should have hit X.
Don't mess with the amazing spider!
Double KO. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real firepower!
A nice deep freeze.
One of the reasons we don't play Black Panther, by the way, is because I get fucking no registration on them. Which has been a problem since beta, where you literally just dash through people and you don't get your fucking resets. There's no reason to play them. And people get healed up right away. So, I'm not exactly sure how other people can play them and it doesn't happen to them.
Better stop that vehicle. Oh, hi.
Nowhere.
Anyone willing to help? My blade seems
There you go.
Step aside.
Alright, I guess their teammates decided they didn't want to show up, so. Okay, good.
I'm back.
They're busy with something.
Better stop that vehicle. Only 60 seconds left. Enemy in front of us.
Literally all for the sake of killing the turret. 31.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Down to 30.
Everything I shoot gets instantly healed.
Hits the ground.
So 31?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No one gives a shit, little bro. And still top on her team. 26,502, which is comparable to their team's healer as well. Trying to make a statement for some reason. Like, no one even listens to what they're saying in chat. I don't know why these guys are... Like, it's only my fucking games, guys. No one knows who these guys are. No one gives a shit about these guys. I have no idea who these guys' names are. And they literally tried to fucking jerk themselves off. No fucking idea. So Punisher allowed to sit on his turret. 31% once again. Very stacked lobby. No one gives a shit about you. Stop talking. No one cares. No one fucking cares. You turn off chat? The only reason I have chat on is literally so I can do stuff with my teammate. I could turn off enemy chat. I don't know if you can do that. You can do it in League. Rob, whatever fucking stream snipers they have, or whatever little tiny bit of endorphins, dopamine, and serotonin they can get out of it. Oh, buddy. You can do that. Let's see. And still something's fucked up with my aim. You can't turn off enemy chat. You can turn off team messages. You can turn off your team messages, but you can't turn off the enemy team messages. What? Why can't you turn off enemy team messages? Event messages, faction messages, spectator messages, whisper messages, and team messages. But there's nothing for enemy messages. I swear there's like someone that like gets off and giggles to themselves every time that we lose a match too. I don't fucking understand what it is. It's in the same matches where with people that are where the match is clearly rigged. I don't really understand it either. Let's see. Thanks for the likes on TikTok, by the way. I don't know when that happened. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. We'll keep playing until we see a change in whatever's going on here. And keep doing this. Yeah, it's like literally just, it's like it's rigged. It's like it's designed to defeat me. I'm just going to lost streak. Like but there shouldn't be SPMM in comp, right? That shouldn't happen in comp. Feels like I mentioned, it feels like there's dynamic difficulty adjustment in which the game literally just stops you from killing shit. But that shouldn't be in comp at all. Because comp has ranking, right? It has rating. Which takes place of SPMM or DDA. And definitely wouldn't want DDA in that case.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not
Dialogue we go, guys.
All that is sharp. My mind is sharper. Enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, thousands of futures and the only surviving Asgard is one you rule.
It's true.
Quite convenient for you that you are the sole witness to this future.
You are among the few mortals who could prove me wrong, Strange.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Once I saved lives with
A portal.
Now I do it with a spell.
Portal? Huh. That's weird.
Capture now.
Step aside. Heavenly fury. Fullest powers of hell. I lift up my combat.
They captured the mission area.
Okay.
You offer protection. I accept.
Behind you, my friend.
Double headshot me.
My
Might dip from this game, guys. It looks like another one that's fucking rigged as shit.
What a difference.
Clearly people chasing me down. Backline. Okay. Really wish you could set up a custom delay for the match delay. On Overwatch, you can set anywhere from, like, you can set the min and then the maximum, which stops people from insta-queuing to you if you get a fast queue. Then you also can set the maximum much higher. I think you can set up to 5 minutes, which is actually somewhat needed. I had it set for, like, what it was like originally like a 1 to 2 minutes, and I was still getting fucking with until I increased it to like 3 to 4. It's fucking weird. Should never need to do this stuff, guys.
I'm just a sword for hire. This is
Get another blowout, we're quitting. So, once again, it seems like we get like one, like, what was it the other day? Like, we had to keep playing until we basically completed the blowout. And if we, like, left, it'd just give us another blowout. When I was playing quick, prior to playing comp. And you think playing comp would just get away from it, right? Do you want to see this shit? But for some strange reason, the game wants you to play blowouts, and I have no idea why. Because when you come back in and I try to requeue, I'll get another blowout until I play through the blowout.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
That makes sense.
2, 1. You have to
Probably one of the things I
stop
hate the most
securing
about
the
quick play, and there's a
mission
lot of people that fucking hate that shit too.
They say that music brings the world together. But right now, I think we need superheroes for that.
This place could be easily
Those
damaged.
guys are about to shoot at us.
Blow up. No,
Step aside. What a difference. Step aside.
Getting through him. I just got hit. I just got headshot out of my dash. Uh-huh. Thing is, like, it's the people that are fucking with me. I literally just feel like they're fucking cheating too. That just makes it worse. Another blowout. Next game. We'll take the 5-minute timeout. Now we'll see if we get, as I mentioned before, we get 3 blowouts in a row. So when I play again, we shouldn't get a blowout, right? It's assumingly if it's random, we shouldn't get a blowout. But every time I've done this where I've quit out of 2, the 3rd match will always be a blowout. You have to play through the blowout. It doesn't let you actually get a normal match until you play through the blowout. Which doesn't make sense at all. And also felt like, or looked like, the Winter Soldier was cheating. Which you saw the first time where he tried to snipe me around the corner, not the last one where he killed me with the headshot, snap headshot when I dashed. Which makes sense. The higher we get in rank, too, which they're probably trying to stop it from happening. The higher we get in rank, it's the harder it's going to be for them to level up accounts. The more expensive it becomes, too. So, if you're leveling accounts and they're cheating and they're going to get banned, then you obviously don't want them to be higher level, because it costs more. Power leveling, I've looked at the power leveling services, they're really fucking expensive, so... Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys too. Okay. He died anyways. Buddy. This probably isn't where we want to be. Hold this guy. Get executed. He tried to race me. He tried to fucking race me. That's hilarious. Why would you ever do that? I don't fucking know, but he did. Like I have a tiny worm and he tried to race me. Nothing to lose and he races me anyways. I mean, I'd try to race people anyways, so... Yeah, maybe that's not that far-fetched, right? Also, if I played more, I'd probably use the hotkeys, but I don't remember the hotkeys, so... It honestly feels like, guys, it literally feels like I have some shitbird with a shitload of money that's been following me around for like the last decade of my streaming career that just gets off on killing me. Or watching people kill me. He probably can't kill me himself. Himself. Tries to sabotage my games. It literally feels that way. Only I'm not a big streamer. I don't have thousands of people watch me or hundreds of people. They can't even see the person's name of the people that are doing this. It's literally any competitive game I play, because I actually enjoy them. I play off-stream, like I mentioned, I played solo. Oh my god, you guys can't even see what I'm fucking doing. I played solo, and did not have any problems. Last in Season 0, I went, because I was having a lot of problems in Plat 3 and Gold 1. I was having a lot of problems, and played off-stream, and literally got to Diamond 2, almost instantly. Diamond 3, Diamond 2. And that's where I ended. So it was actually I wanted to stream it as opposed to just playing offline. Yeah. Fucking crazy shit. You can't make this stuff up. Fuck you. And you? Oh, you guys are dead. You guys are dead. Doomed. With the fuckload of money. Oh, I accidentally hit W. Fuck around with my life. World. You know, the weird thing is, guys, there's like, you know, people make fun of Elon Musk, but he's one of the few billionaires that actually does something with his money. Hey, bud. We racing? We racing? We racing? We racing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Come back here. Come back here. No. We racing? We racing? We racing? Uh-huh. People with map packs, by the way, can see you do this, and they literally just come across the entire map and try to fuck with you. Also, oh, those are more shitbirds. Oh, he used an ability, though. Got him. Victory lap. Victory lap. None of his E. E allows you just to go through worms. You like this fucking little white guy down there? Yeah. He's probably cheating. They just look for a free meal, and that's it. Buddy. Okay. Didn't even try to kill me. Another game that's screwed up by fucking cheating, though. Another game. Overwatch is exactly the same way. And it felt like the higher I got when I was playing comp, the higher I got, the less I ran into this shit, too. Because once again, it's probably more expensive, and if you're cheating, which it seems like a lot of these people are, get caught more frequently than being in Shitbirdville with the no name. Oh, he won in a head-on. So, 2 blowouts in a row. Let's see if we get a 3rd blowout in a row. And then, I don't know, we could try quitting this one, but if we quit this one, I don't know if the penalty gets longer if it's another 5-minute penalty. And then the one after, it'll probably be fine. So as I mentioned, the game tries to feed you a blowout, too. Putting aside just, like, fuckbirds trying to fuck with me through stream sniping, the game will legit just try to make you lose a match through a blowout. Not just a normal match, a blowout. It has to be a blowout. So, like, shit like this. Where basically our team has won a limb. I think I was the only one with a limb in the last game. And they're literally a 1.5 in. At that point, that's when I quit. Guys, if you're literally a 1.5 in, so they're past 1 point and in halfway into the next one, and your team has 0 limbs, just quit. Don't even bother with it, just quit out of it. I don't know what they're doing, but they shouldn't be doing this shit. And the match before that, we did 1 point, and I think I had 1 limb. Yeah. And I think that's basically what our team was. Basically no hope of winning in any way, shape, or form. Not fun. It shouldn't be enjoyable for people that are winning either, although people are really weird and they seem to get enjoyment just by getting a W symbol rather than actually having a match that's competitive, so... because it's sweaty. It make the same sort of dopamine and serotonin for some people, but it does.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My audach is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oh, did I not change my fucking online status? Oh my god. I wish it would remember your online status, guys, but it doesn't.
I fought Oni, slayed demons. This should be easy.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Is it true that they call you Logan?
Maybe. What's it to you?
My pet wolf was named Logan. I miss him.
Sorry to hear it, darling, but I ain't no one's pet. Not in any reality.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're mine! The enemy has arrived. Hitting harder than ever.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
A tiny spider your prey? Curious.
Your god is suffering. Punch the adversary.
Take a nap. Friends.
Shooting through her.
You're mine.
A lot of problems with shooting through people right now. Cloak and Dagger, for some reason, always have problems shooting through. But I don't know if that's something with the character that I'm not understanding. Okay.
These spiders are explosive. Those spiders won't bother us anymore.
I just dashed through him and did no damage.
My time to shine. Double KO.
My light.
You're mine. Better stop that vehicle.
At least you are truly free
But I'm not doing the right amount of damage to him.
Stop them.
Sorry about this, Stormy. Nothing personal.
He's at full HP. I don't know what he's doing. Aghanis? I love Aghanis. Aganis, guys. More Aganis. Enable the Aganis. Huh?
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
You're mine. Getting hurt too easily.
Why the fuck can't I shoot shit right now?
Step aside.
Understand what's going on here, guys.
Almost bowed out.
I'm back. You're mine.
Game feels like there's like more acceleration than normal. It's actually a good way of saying it. I haven't changed my sensitivity in forever.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
So.
We better test this out.
Any healing is good healing.
Your god is suffering.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm holding.
Literally a fucking...
The enemy has arrived. Out of sight. That's better.
I didn't think you could block from behind.
The great snake still hungers, it seems.
I wonder if it's a console player that's playing like 60 FPS and it really fucks with his game. Season 0, I could literally fucking hit these guys all the fucking time.
Farewell. This will do nicely.
Same thing with the fucking magics.
My light cannot.
You'll better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
Halt the adversary.
I'm holding.
God.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
You know there's something wrong if you're fucking shooting through Hulk in his Hulk form. Hulk and Mega Hulk form. Christ.
The great snake out of sight. Human magic. What a difference.
Can't sneak up on us, bub.
Like everything on my screen is fucking squirrely, like it like warps around or something. Is this network related?
Only 60 seconds left. Us against the world.
Behold the god of thunder!
God, there's healing aura. Why aren't you over there? Yeah. Guess he doesn't know it heals him. Real.
I step aside.
Bring on the chaos.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Step aside. I require help.
And he got booped into the corner. It actually kind of feels like they did something. Like I said, Season 0 to Season 1. In Season 0, guys, when I'm playing Psylocke, legit would have 40% accuracy-ish. And now I can't even, like, barely above 32. It even feels that way, too. It feels worse.
Only 60 seconds left.
Healing magic. Lovely.
Friends, gather around.
Another loser to punch.
Necessary. Oh my god. Thanks for giving this to me. I appreciate it, guys. You're very helpful.
What a difference.
Down to 30 seconds.
Here's a storm.
Bring on the
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Us against the world.
Give him the shield. You only get a shield from using your defense ability. Yeah. Oh, 1%, guys. Better, but still not that great. And we can't consistently get SCP or MVP anymore. So there's clearly something that changed between Season 0 and Season 1, and I have no idea what it is, and it is incredibly difficult. Like, look, we just barely tied a fucking Iron Fist in our team. And it's much more difficult to kill other, like, Iron Fist, Black Panther, and Spider-Man. Like, tracking's worse now. I don't know why. By the way, this game wasn't a blowout, so we left 2 blowouts and then got into a decent game. Alrighty. Good. Yeah. God. Ban the guy.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
What did I change between Season 0 and Season 1? I mean, I went to a clone display. Or from a clone display to OBS.
It appears some timelines feature a very different version of me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You move with such stealth. You could be an excellent sparring partner.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
No longer talk about making her an assassin?
2, 1.
What a difference. Here they come now. This tiny little man will save us all. The new turtle has been destroyed. Render me assistance.
Can't do that unless your shots register, guys. It just doesn't happen. Then completely defeats the point of playing a basically assassin.
That's better.
Okay.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
That's what I should have been doing earlier to the fucking Black Panthers. And I can't when my computer does not participate properly in my games. You bitch.
This item seems that's better.
I'd die. Not sure where my right click went through the guy. I saw it come back through his body.
With the amazing Spider-Man!
Yeah? Alright, what? Noah's there? He's trying to shoot the Groot.
Once more.
You're mine.
Hit me in the face. 38% accuracy, much better. And is directly, by the way, you're actually very much directly related to your ability to fucking secure kills. Wow, it's almost like I should be able to do that normally. Not just have it fucking randomly happen. Christ. Really wonder what the fuck's wrong with my computer. I really, really do.
The moon haunts you.
You're mine. Sayonara.
Fuck you.
The enemy has arrived.
Called yourself out, Groot. And they just use an ult in the middle of nowhere that they can't actually hold. Alright.
It didn't have to come to this, great forest Oni. You're mine.
That's tough. Notice how I can actually track stuff, guys, and kill it? Especially the fast flankers? Crazy. It's like there's like literally a direct correlation between my actually being able to kill stuff, being able to perform as a player, and what I'm actually supposed to be able to do as a person while playing games. Absolutely insane.
The great snake still hungers, it seems.
You're welcome. Your powers are mine.
Well, I'm hiding. Black Panther. Died.
You're welcome.
Actually do more, like it feels like it do more damage too. It's not just even an accuracy thing. What?
This is your big chance.
Farewell. This tiny little man will save us.
Oh, I know where he was though.
No webs needed.
That's 3.
I think it automatically, it doesn't even matter, like if he gets his, like the web and then he connects the web, if he connects the web he automatically goes to and gets a free hit on you, so you have to dash before he hits the web on you. So I've definitely seen him be pulled across like the stratosphere, like Hook 1.0 shit.
That's better.
Spider-Man! Tremble before fast!
I'm back.
Hey, I'm right
Mind,
here.
but
Remember?
step aside.
Luna Snow.
Hi. I'm me.
Back to the ocean's depths.
Your powers are mine!
Alright.
Step aside. Sayonara.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Mind over matter. You're mine.
Double KO. That's 3.
I will guide you safely.
Loki probably thought I was trying to kill him.
Healing magic. You're mine. That's better.
And this is not just anymore.
What a disgrace. Sayonara.
God. No, I have no shift up. Or did? I don't know. I hit it. I looked at it and I saw that it had a charge, so I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Also, sometimes your key presses don't register, although that was mainly an issue in Season 0. Although I still have it with Moon Knight trying to get his ult off sometimes. What's going on up here?
What a difference.
Get that vehicle moving again. Here's that stuff.
Step aside. Harvey is hunting us. We cannot fail him.
Don't mess with your amazing Spider-Man! Your powers are mine! Hell unleashed!
Yeah. I just got sniped out of my cloak.
Denizens of the deep!
Huh. Okay, bro. That seems kind of weird. But that was also in the direction it's jumping, so.
Only
Yeah?
60 seconds left.
The fuck are you throwing at?
That's better.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You're mine. This will do nicely.
Squish. Big squish.
Step aside.
You know you're always safe with me, Herbie. No more delays.
Definitely seems like I'm not doing the right damage to Spider-Man anymore.
You're mine.
I like the clean. The final 10 seconds.
Thought out of sight.
You'll have to keep fighting until we
You.
win. Another epic victory.
You.
Win.
But you sound new, guys? Normal? I don't think it's new. I don't think it's normal, excuse me. Fuck. You're scrambling my mind, guys. Savannah syndrome. Hey, look, guys. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Look, we have like almost 40% accuracy and 16,000 damage and basically 20 KBs, which is almost double what the next closest teammate is. Isn't that crazy? And 33 limbs, like, it's not even fucking close. Like, there's a huge difference between, like, when my computer's working properly and then when it's, like, shitting on me. And I can literally tell the difference And all I can do, like, I can't figure out what's wrong with it. All I can do is literally just fiddle with stuff until it fixes itself. And that's it. Who's this? Is the Black Panther? Who the fuck is this? Spider-Man. All I can do is fiddle with shit until it fixes itself. And it affects my hit registration. It affects my accuracy. It affects my tracking. For a while, it was affecting my, like I want to say, like, it added, like, some sort of film grain effect to my screen, but I was able to fix that. And that I don't think has come back yet. Which has a lot to do with tracking, but I don't fucking understand this, guys. It is obnoxious, and it is degrading, and it is horrifying. There is legitimately, maybe I'll just buy a 5090 just to get away from my current 4090. I don't really even understand this. I don't even think I can throw money at it either. And it's just, like, I've tried reinstalling Windows, it doesn't change it. So I don't know. It's like my computer's infected with something. And sometimes I can fix it, and then other times it just goes to shit again. No idea. But alrighty, guys, we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Enough snake oil, enough conspiracy theories, tinfoil hat moments. We're going to call things here for this evening, guys. We did manage to get a diamond before things started getting weird again. And then I managed to figure it out. Yeah, this shit started happening. And then we got steamrolls that I banned, like I quit out of. And then we got a normal game, which still wasn't what I should be performing at, because my teammates were pretty close to me. And then we got one like this, which is what I should be performing at, right? But when this started happening, like right when we got to Diamond, it was a little bit after we got to Diamond. Then this weird shit started happening, and that's when I knew something was wrong. And then we started playing quick match again. So, I don't know, guys. We're gonna call things here for this evening, guys. I'm tired, anyways. Yeah, tonight will be more Rivals. So you guys have to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences. We'll see. But I am out of here. If you're new to the stream, guys, you enjoy the bullshit, hit the follow button on your select platform. It's from the Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. You stream for about 3 to 4 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I am out here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be more of Rivals. Yeah. And probably more comp. We'll see how it goes, though. But alrighty, guys. Thanks for watching my streams always, and I hope you guys have a wonderful, fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.